Mayor, you are live.
We are live. We are streaming. I think Councillor Lindell is with us, but in a Zoom capacity.
True.
So at 5:09, I will declare our regular meeting in order. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councillor Rivera. Salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councillor Cassett. And if Councillor Lindell can do it from Zoom, we'll have a brief invocation from her. Please rise if you're able.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is the flag, the state of New Mexico, the sea is symbol, perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
Councillor Lindell, can you lead us in an invocation from your location in Zoom?
I'm happy to, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll say the us version of the serenity prayer. Grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there remembrances that folks want to bring up at this time? I'd like to take the opportunity to send my own personal condolences to my dear friends Judy and Philip, who lost a son this last week suddenly and unexpectedly to a medical emergency, and we feel sadness and grief with them and hope that the family comes together and can celebrate his life and then remain steadfast in living together in harmony in our community. To the many people in Santa Fe and all across New Mexico who are dealing with COVID, other illnesses, the challenges of daily life, the problems of our community that they are struggling with, we wish them the best and send our thoughts to them as well. Please take a moment of silence to just reflect on those in our community who need our help. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
No, I apologize. Just one more remembrance for, the entire state of New Mexico. And I would say the world as a whole, for the loss of former governor, former ambassador, former congressperson, a true statesman, Governor Bill Richardson. He was somebody that was a shining example of being a true public servant for the people and making sure that government worked for the people and all levels of people, whether it was working class, pro-business. He definitely was an individual that had the residents' best interest at stake. And so his impact is definitely being felt throughout New Mexico these past couple weeks. And to everybody that's mourning his loss, especially his wife, Barbara, just may their grievance be comforted, and may we always recognize and remember our true statesman.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Counselor. Anyone else? Let's just take a second and keep these folks in our thoughts. Thanks, everybody. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll? I know that Councilor Chavez is reported to be late, and I believe Councilwoman Villarreal is excused tonight.
Yes, Mayor, that is correct. Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councillor Cassett. Here. Councillor Lee Garcia,
Here.
Councillor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Councillor Lindell,
Here.
Councillor Rivera,
Here.
Councillor Merworth. Here. And as you mentioned, Councillor Chavez is on her way, and Councilwoman Villarreal is excused.
And Councilor Lindell is remote.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Are there changes to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Are there items taken off of the consent agenda, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir.
Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on that?
I just want to confirm the second was Counselor Lee Garcia. Okay. I've not got used to the new audio
Yeah, the
system.
acoustics are a little different. We're
little
gonna have to
off.
speak right into the
Ah.
microphone so your voice can be heard clearly.
Yes. All right. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
All right. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merworth,
Yes.
and Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. I believe our next item is a presentation, Madam Clerk.
You are correct, Mayor. The next item on our agenda is the audit update and overview by Emily Oster, our finance director.
And I don't see her at the moment. City
Mr.
Manager.
Mayor, if I may ask, if we may postpone this while I try to track down the finance director.
Okay.
Motion to postpone. Table, motion to table.
Second.
Can you call the roll on the motion? Yep. Counselor Garcia, Michael? Yeah, it's a very different sound effect, so please speak right into the microphone at all times.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may remind all of you, this is a temporary resolution at this point while we still finish putting in additional pieces, so it will get better down the road.
Thanks. Thank you for speaking directly into the microphone.
Happy to do it, sir.
All right. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
yes,
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merworth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Oh, Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
great. So let's move to the next item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Um, the next item on the agenda is matters from the city manager.
Yes, Mr. Blair, I know you've been waiting for 2 hours, but it's happening in real time.
Saved by the bell. Good evening, counselors and Mr. Mayor. I'm used to having approximately 2 to 8 hours to put together my list of things to report to you. And so I'm moderately unprepared. Want to flag for you that we're busy working to fill a number of vacant positions. We are in the process of making an offer to a new ITT director and hopeful to have that person on board quite soon. There are 2 new positions that we have filled, and have been delinquent in sending out emails to the council fast enough about that. One of which is we've hired a new senior advisor to the city manager and the mayor, a man named Bernie Toon, who has spent over 30 years working in government, primarily in the United States Senate, having served as a chief of staff to Jeff Bingaman for a number of years, to a man named Joe Biden, Bill Bradley, among others. More recently, he was the transit director at the city of Albuquerque, and he brings a real wealth of knowledge and policy and strategy, and is a real adult in the room, and we're thrilled to have him here. As well, this week, our new communications director, Amy Akmel, has started. She's hiding in the back of the room, waving. We'll have more information for you in a bio from her to share as well, but we are excited to finally be back in a place that we have been able to expand on the great work that our city clerk has done with her team in really expanding the reach of our communication to the city, and hopefully coming to a place that we can start being a little bit more strategic and proactive in some of our communication work as well. I didn't know in terms of an appropriateness of how to sort of, I don't feel it's my place to step in when you all are doing remembrances. But I did want to flag that we lost an extraordinary citizen over the last few weeks, a man named Ron Roybal, who was the longtime executive director of the Boys and Girls Club of Santa Fe, or I'm sorry, Big Brothers Big Sisters. Had a very swift and difficult battle with pancreatic cancer and passed away last week. At the same time, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge a woman named Bernice Geiger, who was a longtime employee at the Regulation and Licensing Department. She and her husband were killed in a car accident in Arizona last week, and it's a big loss for state government. Bernice was an ACE communications employee, a kind-hearted person, and an extraordinary public servant in New Mexico. And so I just wanted to flag both of those outside of, I appreciate Councilor Garcia mentioning Governor Richardson and Barbara. I would also want to extend real deep condolences to everyone who worked for Governor Richardson. This has been an unfortunate reunion of people traveling in from all over the country this week to celebrate the governor's work and to celebrate the ties of their bonds to the governor and to the state and what they've done. Beyond that, I just would add, and then I'll be done since I am going off the cuff, is just to say again how incredibly proud I am of all of our city employees. The last 2 weekends, the extraordinary lift of work done for another successful Zozobra, for another successful Fiestas. And I think it's one of these things where there's an opportunity for us to do a better job of explaining to our residents and our citizens the significant role the city plays, the sheer volume of hours that both of these events take from our staff, that when Zozobra is happening, we pull our streets teams and our parks teams and employees from all over other projects in the city to make it be a success. The sheer volume of overtime for our police and firefighters, for the folks who are in ESD, cleaning up the trash, parking, you name it, this touches every part of city government. And what's extraordinary is how it's both a point of pride for the employees, both as Santa Fe residents, but people who are just so proud to keep putting these events on. But just a real opportunity for us to interact face to face with our residents and the people who live in Santa Fe. So I'm hopeful. I've already given this thanks to all of their senior staff and asked them to convey it to their employees, but we had an extraordinary summer of public events and just couldn't be more proud to be a part of this team. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I think Director Oster is here if we wanted to take that item off the table.
Move to remove item 8A off the table. Second.
Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll?
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Madam, it is
Mayor-
your turn
oh,
to brief
yes.
us on the audit.
Mayor, councilors, city manager, city attorney, city clerk, and members of the public, my sincere apologies. I was working on the audit. No excuse, though. I lost track of time and forgot where I was supposed to be. So my apologies. As I mentioned, I was working with CLA just now, reviewing entries for FY22, trying to continue moving forward on the audit. We are making good progress there. Most CLA staff have now shifted over to working on FY23. We're just trying to tie down these last few items. We are receiving samples from Carr Riggs Ingram for the FY22 audit, which is a good sign. That's progress. We're doing what's called substantive test work, which is where we're pulling travel documentation, we're pulling P-card transactions and receipts and providing the documentation to the auditors for review. Let's see, we had 2 interviews this morning for the accounting officer position, which is very encouraging. Both candidates are CPAs. I'm really optimistic that we can hire one of them, and that's great because we hadn't really had much interest in that position. So really encouraged by the 2 candidates that we interviewed this morning, and hopefully we'll be able to hire at least one and fill that key accounting officer position. Trying to think of other milestones. We do have an quarterly audit update due to the state auditor's office on September 15th, which is this Friday. So you'll see that coming out. The updates are essentially what I'm telling you now. We, of course, since our last quarterly update, we completed the FY21 report. It was released. We are well into FY22 and working towards our goal of getting caught up on the audits. And with that, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you. Questions about the audits? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Back to the agenda, Madam Clerk, our regular order.
Yes, the next item is matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the governing body. Couple updates on personnel. We do have recommended candidates for the administrative manager for my office and for the policy analyst. So we're hoping that all moves forward smoothly. In litigation news, Marcos Martinez is here, Senior Assistant City Attorney. He's had two big wins recently. The Zia Station case, which came out on Monday, and then the New Mexico Surf District Court case, or the 10th Circuit case came out a little while ago, and we're working on sending you all some information on that. And that was about our fee structure for the franchise with New Mexico Surf and the city's 2% basis of charging was upheld by the 10th Circuit. So either of those cases could be appealed at this point, but we're not aware of an appeal in either yet. Then we also filed a motion for summary judgment in the case with the country club that is pending in State District Court here in Santa Fe. And I do recommend that we go to executive session for discussion of attorney-client privileged matters, including the Santa Fe versus Santa Fe Country Club and Golf Association and nuisance abatement cases for properties located at 1844 Man Street and 2728 Alamosa Drive.
Thank you. Counselor Rivera, can I ask you for a motion, sir?
Move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1H, subpart 7, for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
All right, we're going to adjourn for this executive session and be back as soon as the work is done in the executive session. Thank you, everybody.
Let's go back.
Okay, I'm gonna bring us back into session. We'll get you your papers back, sir, I promise you. So, we're back in session from executive session. Counselor Rivera, do you want to make a motion, please, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure.
Thank you. There's a motion, there's a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Sorry, my little mouse is not working. Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes,
Not sure if she's back on yet.
yes,
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion has been.
thank you. Would you take us to the next item then, please?
Yes. The next item on the agenda is matters from the city clerk.
You have the floor.
That would be me. I have a few announcements. One, I wanted to mention the new golf course logo. I wanted to thank my staff for their work on this. They've been meeting with members of the golf course steering committee, staff from the golf course, and family members of Marty Sanchez, in which the golf course is named after. And I just really wanted to highlight that I think Chris Peralta, our graphic design artist, did a phenomenal job taking everyone's feedback and really making some gorgeous and meaningful designs, and ultimately the new logo for the golf course. So I wanted to thank him for that. I wanted to mention, as I'm sure most of you will as well, the Teen Center grand opening, which is on Friday, 9/22, and we will have the ribbon cutting at 2:30 in the afternoon, and activities that afternoon, including a movie, and then Saturday afternoon, we will also have activities, which is on September 23rd. We're gonna have a DJ, free food for teenagers. I think it's like the first 200. I will be sending out an additional supplemental email for that with additional info, but really excited about that. I also want to mention that the CRM system, which is our online tool for constituent requests, will be closed for our biannual maintenance. This year, we're looking at closing it for 2 weeks because of the volume of CRMs that we are receiving. So I know I've often mentioned, I think when I first started 4 years ago and we implemented this system, we used to get like 200, and then we went to 400, and then we went to 600, and now we're like 800 to 1,000. So constituents really love our CRM system, and it's pretty exciting. I also would like to mention that I would like to thank, probably got emotional. I have resigned from my position as the city clerk, and so I wanted to take a few minutes to thank my staff. I often thank them from here to let them know how much I appreciate them. And our department is as I often say, the best department in the city. And I know I'm biased, but my department, I kind of think of as like a Swiss Army knife, and I couldn't be more proud of the work that they've accomplished over the last 4 years, and more recently over the last 2 years, as we've been, as I've been the city clerk and we've been a hybrid. I wanted to thank Mayor Weber for his continued support in my position. It is funny to think of what the last 4 years has brought to the operation. And I kind of am also in awe that it's been everything from audits of documents and catching up on backdated record retention to strides in our communication team, the weekly wrap, the use of Instagram and social media, our awesome summer fun series. spray downs, movies in the park, you all continuously hear me talk about how proud I am of all of the work that we do. New website this year, the website for our candidates and public campaign financing, that's probably those 2 website additions are things that I'm extremely proud of. So just thank you to my Rockstar team. I love all of them very much. And I also wanted to thank Erin McSherry, our city attorney, who has been instrumental in my time as the city clerk, both professionally and personally. And I could not be here without Erin. Marcos Martinez, who has been amazingly supportive in the clerk's office, especially during our election and during the first code rewrite of the election code, really ever. So that was not ever. We did it when we switched over to the local election act, but Marcos really helped with that. And John for sharing in his passion of protein drinks, protein shakes and energy drinks, and just in general, like the team that we have. So lots of thank yous from my end. Also the teen center grand opening, which I think has just been a long time coming. And I'm so grateful that my department has been able to help with the launch of that. So that's all I got, Mayor. And no full tears.
Thank you, Madam
Pretty
Clerk.
proud of myself. Yes. One last, sorry, I forgot. I did want to thank my husband and my boys because as many of you know, the primary reason for my departure is my kids. They have really expressed how much they miss their mom, and how much they're ready to have me back. So thank you to my little guys for their patience, for joining me at every event across the city, for my husband and family who have spent the night on late council nights or picked up kids and taken them to practice. But really it took a community for me to be in this role. And thank you to everyone that's trusted me with all of the ideas and the craziness. Like, you all have been so supportive. But thank you to my little guys, Knox, Cash, and Kane, who are very excited that I'll be home to tuck them in on Wednesday nights, and to my husband, who has been instrumental in this whole operation. So thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The next item on the agenda. If you all know me, my sense of humor is something that comes in sometimes handy and sometimes not handy at all, but communications.
Communications from the governing body. Counselor Chavez, I'm going to start to my left and give you the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I want to start by recognizing our city clerk. I think that almost any person I talk to about the city, I always mention our city clerk, Mihalsik, because I'm like, I honestly don't know how she does everything she does. And she's active in the community. So not only is she advocating and working hard for her community, but she's actually really tied and active and loves to give back more than she does just in this role. So I think this is a huge loss for the city, huge. I'll emphasize that word. But I'm glad that you're just you, and I know you'll be giving like you always do anyway. So thank you for all you are. I also wanted to take time just to recognize public safety this week and the fact that we are taken care of, and sometimes we take that for granted with 9/11, and unfortunately I missed the ceremony on Monday. But I think it's important to step back and realize these people show up for us. As a school site administrator, I call them for all sorts of reasons, and they show up. They show up and they take care of us and they advocate for us, and they live through so much trauma so that we don't have to experience that ourselves. Or at least they're there to support us through it. And I don't think that we could be grateful enough for our public safety, fire, police, EMT. Just thank you. If there is a week to recognize the work they do, I think it's this week. And I think that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Counselor Rivera, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to start out by thanking our city crews for a great Zozobra, great fiestas. It's always amazing to me how you sit and look at the streets after the main parade on Sunday and it looks like some kind of huge storm came through, and then Monday morning you can't even tell. So they do such a great job on the streets, in the plaza, everywhere else, at least the places I see anyway. So please send my thanks to them. I'd like to thank the Fiesta Council for all the events and the many things that they do, and for keeping these traditions alive. It's very much appreciated. Wanted to thank the city clerk Mihalsic, the fire department, police department, and all those who attended the 9/11 memorial. I know some of us were there, and it's just there was a promise that was made to never forget, and they continue to do that. Also, don't forget September 22nd, 23rd, the Teen Center opening should be great. It's been a long time coming. Keep Santa Fe Beautiful has a golf tournament on 9/23 if anyone's interested in that. And then on September 16th is the Toss No Mas citywide cleanup, where neighborhoods typically get together, go get gloves and bags and supplies, and coordinate where those bags are going to be picked up, and they help clean up their own neighborhoods, their own area. So Councilor Lee Garcia and I, along with many other members of our community in District 3, cleaned up the whole fenced area in front of the country club from Paseo del Sol all the way up to Country Club Road, and we filled many bags full of trash. So it's good to get out there and do something for your community. And then lastly, just wanted to let our city clerk know how much she's going to be missed. I know at times I've given you a hard time, but I hope I've always recognized that I do believe you're one of the hardest working people at City Hall. And I still believe that. I see you out all the time at every event, every function, and you and your staff are amazing, and you're going to have some tough shoes to fill, and proud of the work you've done, and wish you nothing but the best. I do understand from being a director in the city how difficult it is on families. So thank you to your husband and the boys. I know he works a 48-hour shift, so that had to make it extra difficult at times. So extend my gratitude to them as well for allowing you to do what you needed to do.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Rivera forgot to mention during the golf tournament that me and you and Counselor Lee Garcia might be challenging some folks. So those folks that want to participate and maybe beat a couple counselors at some golf, please join the 9/23 Keep Santa Fe Golf Tournament and help them raise some funds. But in all honesty, it should be a good event for folks to participate in. And if you can't participate in the golf tournament or the Toss for Mas that's taking place this weekend, we also have the initiative, which is 2 for Tuesday, which costs nothing, which pick up 2 pieces of trash every Tuesday, and don't stop at 2 pieces, but try to pick up at least 2. Also want to echo all of the efforts and energy that went into Zozobra weekend, as well as the Santa Fe Fiestas weekend. It's good to get through 2 major events with no major crises that were there. So many thanks to everybody that kept us safe and kept our community clean. And in the vein of community, Director Mihalsic, I gotta say you brought and really emphasized community into your department. So all of those efforts have been noticed. I think it's one of those things where your office has initiated events that if we stop them, folks are going to be upset, whether it's the spray downs or the movies or touch the truck. I mean, these are things that folks really get excited, and it's all due to yours and your team's efforts. So just many thanks. As the cup on your desk says motherhood, embrace it. I'm excited. You get to kind of step into that role full time. Because, you know, as they say, kids are only kids for a short period of time. So enjoy. Have fun. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell, before I forget about your being here, because you're in Zoom land, why don't we go to you next?
No, thank you, Mayor. I really didn't have any item or items to talk about until City Clerk Mihalcik dropped the bomb. So Christine, whatever job you go to, it's going to seem easy after this. Oh my goodness. You worked astoundingly hard for the city, and you extended genuine kindness, graciousness, and fellowship, certainly to me and many, many others. I just got a text from my dentist wanting to make sure that Popcorn Fridays continue. You've been terrific. And you know that we're going to miss your face at City Hall. It was always fun to run into you and have some conversation and complete serious business with a smile on our faces. And I really have found it just an absolute pleasure to work with you. So thank you. I am happy for your family, but it for surely is a bittersweet send off for me to say so long to you and see you around town. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mayorworth?
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to extend gratitude to our city crews for the last couple weekends and really the whole summer. It has been an extraordinary run of events, culminating in the last 2 weeks with Zozobra and fiestas, and just being out and about in the community and seeing how hard everybody works to set those events up and then clean them up and then, you know, have be out there making them safe is just really important. And just want to send all involved congratulations. I do want to make sure the community is aware that there will be a community meeting information session on 2 Mile Pond on September 19th, which is next Tuesday. That meeting will be from 5:30 to 7 p.m. at the Convention Center. And hope that interested people who want to know more about that area and what's happening and just get up to speed, definitely want to take part next Tuesday, the 19th, 5:30 to 7. And then City Clerk. Wow. I love the description of your team as a Swiss Army knife. That's very apt because you guys, I mean, I think you came in a little bit after I did. You have, you know, you hit the ground running. Your energy, your enthusiasm for the city and the community, your demeanor. I honestly don't know how we'll replace you. And that's a huge, huge loss. So I'm sad to lose you. But on the other hand, I understand your kids are at tender ages and they won't be that way for long. Trust me, my son turned 30 and he's married now. So how did that happen? And just thank you for all you've done. Thank you to your family. I know your parents have been very helpful. Thank you to your husband. Thank you to your boys and just the dedication of the whole crew to, you know, all that you do, all that your office does. And yeah, I'm really sorry to hear this, but I wish you all the best. And I know you'll pop up again somewhere and we'll continue to interact. So best of luck to you and see you around town. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Cassidy.
Thank you, Mayor. I will also echo the sentiments of my colleagues, thanking the teams for very successful Zozobra and Fiestas. We know it's a very heavy lift and also a very important time in our community. So really thank you everybody for that. I do want to say Lashana Tova, or Happy New Year to any of our Jewish members of our community who are starting the high holidays on Friday. I'm a great Jew, aren't I? Erev Rosh Hashanah will be Friday night. Saturday is Rosh Hashanah. I know I bring this up every year, but the 10 days between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, one of the many traditions that's a part of this or charges is to reflect on the past year and to reflect on the debts that you have to settle. Now, this could be considered financial debts, but I really like looking at it in terms of the emotional debts that you have to settle. Where have you taken a misstep? Where have you spoken unkindly? Where can you start to rebuild bridges that you may have singed, hopefully not fully burned? But I just always like to share that with the community because I do think that it is a really wonderful opportunity to think about those challenges that we all have, and how we can continue to improve in the way that we interact with our community, with our family, with our friends, with the people that we see every day. So, and then I also, oh God, now I'm going to cry. I really want to thank Christine for all of your work. I'm going to miss you both professionally and personally. As I have told you 1,000 times, you were given an impossible job and did wondrous things with it. And I'm really going to miss you. And I really want to thank you because there has been a number of really, really sticky and challenging issues that I have brought to you and brought to your team, and the problem solving that I have seen led by you has been phenomenal. As a mom to a kid of a similar age, I understand. I have that same moment a lot where my work-life balance and my mother counselor balance isn't great. So I really do applaud you in taking that step because it is extremely important, and important that you take care of yourself and your kiddos. But my goodness, I'm going to miss you so much. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. I just wanted to first off start with the thanking the fire department and staff and everybody for the 9/11 memorial. It was a beautiful event. Also echo the words of my colleagues with the city staffs all the way for every event that they've supported throughout the summer, from Spanish Market, whether it's Juneteenth, whether it's, the list goes on and on. We hear of these events and we're happy to go and see them, but it is plenty of man hours and overtime and stuff that people can commit to do, and it's great. I kid with the guys from environmental services every time I went down to the plaza this weekend. They're hanging out in the corner and cleaning up the place, and I'm like, you guys still here? Anyway, we're having a fun time over the weekend, and thanks to all of them, directors, PD, fire department, the list goes on, and you can't really remember everybody, but thank you to everyone. The teen center, thank you for mentioning that, and it's something that's right in my neck of the word. Councilor Rivera and I both live right across the street from it, and so I believe it's going to be a beautiful asset for our community. I wanted to plug a community event that's being put on by Southwest Santa Fe Advocates. It's being sponsored by the Housing Trust this weekend on Saturday, and let me pull up the document. And so it's Southwest Santa Fe Advocates, Housing Trust is the sponsor. And it's this Saturday, September 16th from 3 to 5. And so, bring your family out. There's going to be a DJ playing music. There's going to be booths. There's going to be food trucks. We're going to have a few classic cars out there just for kids to come and check out and the community. And, community building is really where everything starts, and networking and people coming together and just talking over a, plate of beans or whatever it might be that's being served. So we want to invite everybody to come out and enjoy that. It's at Swan Park. Again, the time is 3 to 5 this Saturday, this 16th. And I again also wanted to express my sheer thanks to the city clerk for her work in what she's done in the city. I'll share a little bit of running for office, and when I first picked up a packet and talked to her about things, and the process was very, very vague to me. And, there were things that may have been kind of missed, but not missed. And she was very helpful in guiding and non-judgmental and very, very good. So thank you. And I wish all the best to you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I think everybody has said quite eloquently what a remarkable run of events we've had in town. It's just, there is no place like Santa Fe when it comes to the summer, with the extension of week after week after week of things that just bring this community together around the plaza. It's spectacular. I thought Fiestas this year was an amazing community event. I really salute the Fiesta Council. I salute the Caballeros de Vargas. The celebration of community that was at 2 p.m. on Friday was really moving and very powerful, with statements from the former governor from the San Ildefonso Pueblo, and then a really touching testimonial of history that I hope it finds its way into the newspaper as a document produced by the Caballeros. The master of ceremonies was Manuel Garcia. He did such a outstanding job of reaching out and including everybody in the community and making fiestas something that everyone new to Santa Fe or generations deep could take part in and have a sense of pride about. The Zozobra this year was quite a program, quite a show, and primarily, if not entirely, done by volunteers. We forget that the people who make these things happen are volunteers in our community. And we're about to see another upcoming event with wine and chili. And this is why Santa Fe keeps being rated number 1 or number 2 in the world and in the country as a destination for people to come in and partake of what is so special about our town. On a more somber note, as Councilor Garcia mentioned at the beginning, we have a funeral mass for Governor Richardson. I know it'll be a place for people to turn out and express their deep affection and appreciation for somebody the likes of whom I don't think we'll ever see again in our community. And his life lessons are worth reflecting on in terms of having impact and encouraging people to do things they didn't know they could do, and stretching and growing and excelling beyond the normal limits of public service. Councilor Cassett is spot on with the High Holy Days for our Jewish community Friday evening, and then Yom Kippur. I hope all of our Jewish community members can take the days of awe and reflect, as Councilor Cassett was describing, on who we are and what we can do with our time here to be people of purpose and of good. And it's a good reflection period as well, for anybody of any religion or no religion at all. It's a deep tradition worth talking about. The Tas Nomas on Saturday, for those who won't be in synagogue, is a good community event as well, to clean up and take pride in our city. It's not really about litter. It's about pride and about caring deeply about how Santa Fe looks. So I encourage everybody to go pick up gloves and bags and go to your neighborhood and show pride in Santa Fe. There's so many other things to talk about, but I guess delaying the inevitable. I'll talk to you later. What's next, Madam Clerk?
Good. I didn't want to cry for 10 minutes. Up next is
Hi, everybody. Up next on the agenda is item. God, me too. It's contagious. I'm skipping ahead.
Petitions from the
Number
floor.
17, petitions from the floor, Mr. Mayor.
it's not
Right, and we're not quite at 7 o'clock. We usually try to make sure that anybody who wants to comment on a petition from the floor, we wait to make sure that if they're on Zoom and we've been advertising, they'd come we would hear them at 7. We're a little bit early. If anybody wants to say a few words more about our city clerk, this is
I think we're good.
or promote any more
We could probably.
Mayor Weber, we could do appointments. We could
Ramp-
do appointments.
ramp-
Motion to do appointments.
So
perhaps.
yeah, can we jump to that and then we'll come back?
Second,
Okay, can you call, can somebody call?
So, Mr. Mayor, we would recommend one of you making a motion to move to item 21, A and B, which are appointments to be made, and that we take that up now.
We just did that, but
We
I'll
did.
do it again.
Oh,
so moved.
So moved.
Second,
That's what we're just looking for somebody who's not crying.
I'm take
uncontrollably
back
to call-
all right.
To call the roll.
Ms. Mayor, if I may call the roll.
I got it. I got it.
Okay, I think you've.
this
got
is
her
not
attention.
good for our future.
This is what happens. This is what happens. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, I can. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marowith,
Yes,
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you, Madam Clerk. So 21A, if you would take us to those appointments, please.
Absolutely. Item 21A is appointments for our Economic Development Advisory Committee. We do have 3 appointments. The first is for Mariah Tamar. It's an appointment with a term expiring in June of 2025. Michael Davis with an appointment. He's filling an unexpired term, which will end in June of 2024. And then David Perez, he has an appointment with a term expiring in June of 2025.
Counselor Cassett, these are folks that I think have come through you. If there's something you want to say about them at this time, you have the floor.
Well, I am very excited to once again have a full committee. I do think that these individuals bring a lot of different experience and viewpoints to EDAC. So very much looking forward to having them on board, especially as we move forward with some of the exciting work happening in the Office of Economic Development this fall. So with that, I will move to approve.
second,
There's a motion to approve these appointments. Is there discussion? Okay, don't move too quickly, Madam Clerk. We still have a few minutes to fill here, but call the roll very slowly.
Okay. I mean, you all know that not being a serious human sometimes Something I can do. So we could just very slowly call Counselor Chavez. No, I'm kidding. Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
All right, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Good.
Counselor Cassett. Yes. Mayor Weber.
Yes,
All right, motion has been approved.
thank you. And the next one, Madam Clerk, is an appointment to the Arts Commission.
Yes. I'm just gonna take my time because we have like a couple minutes to spare. I think we're gonna get close to not 7 o'clock. The next item on the agenda is 21B. It's our Arts Commission appointment. It's for Robin Robinson. It is a change in membership, from alternate to regular member with the term expiring in October of 2025.
Right. And if I read it correctly, this is, there was a vacancy, so we're moving this individual from being an alternate to being a full member.
Correct.
Any question, or is there a motion on the floor?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any questions? Discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Yes. That was not me. I don't know who did that. All right, Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
all right, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
all right, Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, I think we're within striking distance of 7 o'clock. Can we go back to the regular order where we'll take up petitions from the floor? And for those who are not familiar with petitions from the floor, we do have public hearings tonight. If you have something other than one of the a comment or a testimony on the items for public hearing, petitions from the floor is the time to raise anything other than public hearing items. And anyone and everyone can speak to the governing body for 2 minutes about any subject that you'd like to address. So whether you're in the Zoom room or in this room, if you want to speak now, please come to the podium and you can have an opportunity for 2 minutes to address the governing body. Is there anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
Well, Miss Benenato was on Zoom, but now she's in person, so, oh no.
You're going to need to pull that microphone a lot closer with the mask. There you go.
Now, can you hear me?
Much better.
Okay. Stephanie Benenato. I too will miss Christine. I think that the clerk's office has been extremely responsive in the past 4 years, even during pandemic. I find only solid waste to be not a close second, but pretty good up there. But really, the clerk's office is outstanding. I have introduced to you a motion to reconsider your decision to send the cannabis case down to the BOA. I don't believe that you have followed proper procedure. I'm submitting this as public record to make sure it gets in the public record, but you all should have received this by email because there was no way to post public comment for this meeting. The little blue thing wasn't there. So it was an appeal to you. You should have heard something before you sent it to the BOA. That's as if you took substantive action, as if you heard something that would convince you that the land use director's decision was not correct. And he basically told you they don't have subject matter jurisdiction. And if you look at this, I'm telling you, I think you should take it back and have the applicant prove to you and address the subject matter jurisdiction of the BOA and not put that responsibility on the BOA, because the land use director is the defense there and he's already spoken on that matter. In terms of the appeals ordinance, which I have so many problems, and I applied to be a policy analyst. And I was interviewed, but I'm withdrawing because after I listened to YouTube of the discussion on my case, I feel that there's such a discrepancy in approach and at what is considered how you present law and fact, that I really couldn't work for the city attorney. But I'm trying to make it better. If I could just have a couple of minutes, please. I have already proposed to you a way to address the discussion element of the appeals ordinance that would give it due process. And really, you're supposed to look at the whole ordinance, not just the part about here's how you file. For the 35-day rule, I also sent this to you. I think it's really kind of an easy fix instead of making it a hard and fast date, because really the case law that I have been reading shows that you can't really do that. That violates due process. It just violates all sorts of things. They want a written record that's been filed by the board that made the decision. So instead of doing that, you require the body, the board, whatever, to have a special meeting in which just to adopt the findings of facts, and they have to do it within X days. I put in 20 days, and that they can do it remotely. And this will then give people notice that there is now a decision. It forces the board to actually follow through and put something in writing, which really is required. And I think it would solve a lot of your problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here tonight who would like to use the opportunity for petitions from the floor to address something other than one of the public hearings? Christine, is there anybody on Zoom? No, that's it. That's it. Okay, very good. Thank you. In that case, we'll move on, Madam Clerk, to what comes next in our agenda, please.
You got it, Mayor. Item 20A is the first of our public hearings this evening. It's request for approval of the 2022-2023 Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, also known as the CAPER, for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, as a condition to the City of Santa Fe's Community Development Block Grant, which is also known as CDBG. And Cody Minich is available.
Thank you. And I remind everybody, this is a public hearing. I think we'll begin with a presentation and then open the floor for public comment, and then let the members of the governing body ask questions and then entertain a motion. Mr. Minich, you have the floor, sir.
One moment. I thought I was going to be able to plug my laptop in, so I'm going to email to Christine. Sorry about that. Suppose I can just go ahead and get started.
If you could, maybe while we're teeing up whatever the presentation is, you can
Yeah.
set the stage for us and make everybody who's not in the room, but maybe listening or watching, become aware of what the overall topic is and where we're going tonight.
That sounds great. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public, today I will be presenting our Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, otherwise known as the CDBG CAPER, which is an evaluation report that evaluates how we spent HUD funding over the last year and the accomplishments achieved through that funding. And since our office administers CDBG, we also administer the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So after I get done talking about the CAPER a little bit, I'm going to give a brief update on the trust fund and the accomplishments achieved through that funding as well. Next slide, please. I know everyone on this governing body is well versed with CDBG at this point, but for the benefit of the public, or as just a refresher, I'm going to give a A quick high-level overview of what CDBG is and why we get to receive it every year. CDBG is funded annually by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and can be used for a wide range of housing and community development activities. Santa Fe, along with over 1,100 other cities in the country, is what we refer to as an entitlement city, which means that we automatically receive and are entitled to this grant so long as we comply with certain requirements, which I'll go over in the next slide. Santa Fe is, I think, one of 5 entitlement cities in the state of New Mexico. The amount of the grants determined by a formula that takes into consideration a number of criteria, including the extent of poverty, population, housing overcrowding, age of housing, and population growth in relation to other metropolitan areas. And our city gets roughly 600,000 in entitlement every year, which fluctuates year to year. Next slide, please. There's 3 main requirements that we have to fulfill in order to keep receiving CDBG funding every year. The first being the consolidated plan, which is a 5-year plan that includes demographic, housing need, and market data, reevaluates funding priorities, and establishes planning goals for the use of CDBG funds. Last time I was up here was a public hearing for our 2023-2027 consolidated plan. So that was just approved by HUD. The second requirement is an annual action plan, which is an annual plan we have to submit that outlines how we plan to spend CDBG over the next year, and it functionally serves as a grant application. We don't receive our entitlement unless HUD signs off on that. And then finally, the CAPER, which is before you tonight, and that evaluates or looks at the progress that HUD funding achieved and progress towards meeting the consolidated plan goals. And the CAPER before you tonight is evaluating the 5th and final year of the 2018-2022 con plan. Next slide, please. And now the fun part where I get to just brag about all the accomplishments that our community partners have achieved using CDBG this last year. First, Santa Fe Public Schools Adelante program served 804 students and their families experiencing homelessness by providing referrals to housing resources, as well as assistance with counseling, education, food, and clothing. Interfaith Community Shelter at Pete's Place provided services and overnight shelter beds to 102 individuals experiencing homelessness through their Summer Safe Haven for All program. Youth Shelters and Family Services provided beds, case management, outreach services, and referrals to 91 youth experiencing or at risk of experiencing homelessness through their transitional living and street outreach programs. Consuelos Place utilized CDBG CV to provide services and non-congregate shelter to 113 families or individuals experiencing homelessness. And CDBG CV is CARES Act that's entitled through our CDBG grant. Next slide, please. Vincent's Legacy, which is a partnership between St. Elizabeth Shelter and the national nonprofit Community Solutions, use CDBG CV to support case management and referrals to wraparound services for 101 tenants living at Santa Fe Suites. HomeWise and the Housing Trust assisted a total of 13 first-time home buyers with mortgage principal reduction loans, utilizing entitlement funds and program income generated from payoffs of CDBG loans from the prior year grants. Sorry, I'm too blind to try to read that. I'm gonna pull this up. Habitat for Humanity provided emergency repairs to 14 single-family homeowner occupied homes owned by low-income households. And Bella Luz Apartments began the conversion of the Lamplighter Inn into 58 units of affordable housing, utilizing CDBG for asbestos remediation in all 3 buildings. One moment. And then finally, the planning and design is near completion for the El Camino Real Academy Safe Routes to School Trail, and 90% designs have recently been reviewed by the city and are being finalized. Construction of that trail is anticipated to be finished by the end of this next fiscal year, or the current one. As part of the CAPER requirements, we need to prepare what the HUD PR 26 financial summary report, which is a pretty hefty document. So I pulled out some of the key points. In the first table, it's the summary of CDBG resources available. The first line was the unexpended CDBG funds at the end of the previous program year. So that's June 30th, 2022. And we had about $1.8 million available. And that's largely from closeout contracts when the balance was returned to our line of credit, as well as other contracts that had to repay their funds for ineligible activities. The second line is our entitlement grant that we received last year, which is $605,094. And also included is $263,194 of program income, which was generated over the program year. So in total, we had $2,670,460 of CDBG to spend. The second table is the summary of expenditures. And the first line is how much we've spent on programs, which is $1,550,603.53. And line 11 says that that same amount was all spent on programs that benefited low and moderate income populations. That fourth line there is how much we reserve for planning and administration costs. We are allowed to retain 20% of our annual entitlement for program admin. And that's utilized for staff costs, trainings, and planning costs. And we spent $121,513 on that for the total expenditure of almost 1.7 million, leaving us with a balance of just under $1 million. That's largely obligated to that trail project, which experienced some delays with the environmental review, but it's underway now. That bottom table is what I was mentioning before, the CDBG CV funds, the CARES Act that we was entitled through our CDBG grant, which to the tune of $942,560. We've spent almost all of it except $72,296, which is an ongoing contract with Santa Fe Suites to support their permanent supportive housing model. And that should be expended easily within the next fiscal year. Before I move on to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund update, I just wanted to pause for any questions, comments, and feedback you might have.
Why don't you plunge forward and then we'll take public testimony and then come back to you.
That sounds good. I'm sorry. I thought I was controlling it over here. Next slide, please. Like I said earlier, I just want to take this opportunity to give a little update about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund and give that a little bit of the same treatment, but I want to be clear that this has no bearing on the CAPER report. So the trust fund supports low and moderate income individuals earning 120% AMI or less. This gives us a little bit more flexibility than CDBG, which can only serve folks and households up to 80% AMI. It's regulated by the city's municipal code, SFCC 26.3, and we report all of our expenditures annually to the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority. Under the New Mexican Affordable Housing Act, we are allowed to use public resources such as cash, land, buildings, and infrastructure for affordable housing, but we have to have an affordable housing ordinance and an affordable housing strategic plan in place, and both of which have to be submitted to the Mortgage Finance Authority for approval. We are currently updating our strategic plan and should have that ready by the end of the year. The eligible affordable housing activities include construction, renovation, infrastructure, acquisition, development, financing, and operation of affordable housing. Currently, the dedicated revenue to the fund is 35% of land sales in Tierra Contenta, transfers of lien restricted homes created under the Housing Opportunity Program and the Santa Fe Homes Program, and in lieu fees and fractional payments paid by developers in compliance with the Santa Fe Homes Program, which is our inclusionary zoning program. And thanks to Mayor Weber and the City Council, we've been very fortunate to have the trust fund budgeted at $3 million for the last 2 fiscal years and the current fiscal year. This last fiscal year, trust funds were used for a variety of things. Vincent's Legacy, the Community Solutions in St. Elizabeth Shelters Partnership, installed security systems and repaired culverts at Santa Fe Suites, supporting 122 affordable rental homes. That contract's ongoing, and they have a laundry list of capital improvements they're going to be using the trust funds for. Bella Luz Apartments utilized trust funds to pay for a lot of soft costs. So this included pre-development costs, site and building designs, development plan, architectural design development, construction documents, energy modeling, and pre-construction plumbing, which included shutting off the gas and draining all the 100-gallon water tanks. This will ultimately support the creation of 58 affordable rental homes. The Santa Fe Civic Housing Authority provided site and unit upgrades at Paseo del Sol Apartments, which included stuccoing and replacing the roofs on all the buildings, replacing heaters, and installing appliances. And that preserved 80 affordable rental homes. And we use the term preserve because that was a LIHTC, a low-income housing tax credit project from the 90s that was about to convert to market rate. Civic Housing Authority swept in there, used trust funds to help bring it up to modern code and keep it affordable. The Housing Trust and HomeWise provided mortgage assistant loans to 23 households. The Housing Trust created a schematic design for future senior affordable housing development, which will ultimately be 10 affordable rental homes for seniors. And then the bedrock of the trust fund programming is our rental assistance programs, which provided rental and other housing assistance to a total of 575 households. And I'd like to just quickly run through it, just to shout out all our partners. Santa Fe Public Schools Adelante's programs Family Assistance Fund provided assistance to 35 households. Within those 35 households were 82 children. St. Elizabeth's Santa Fe Suites Rental Subsidy Program provided subsidy to 66 tenants at Santa Fe Suites. YouthWorks Housing First Rental Program provided assistance to 120 youth and their family. Lifelink's Rental Assistance Program provided assistance to 167 individuals. And the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness Homeless Early Intervention Program provided assistance to 70 households. And the Santa Fe Recovery Center's Bridge Home Sober Living Program provided assistance to 117 individuals who completed their residential treatment program. With that, thank you.
Thank you. We'll hold off on the questions for 1 minute. I do want to open the floor to anyone who's either here tonight or on Zoom who couldn't come to City Hall, who would like to comment on the report that's in front of us. We're seeing no hands go up. So with that, I will return to the governing body. Questions for Mr. Minich? Councilor Cassett.
The only question I have is, can we get that presentation somewhere?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, yes, absolutely. I'll email it to all of you. Sorry, I was working up on it to the last minute, so.
Well, it showed, it was wonderful, and I would love a
Oh,
copy.
why,
Thank you.
And I think we need to make sure it's well posted on our website for public scrutiny, because this speaks directly to what everyone is saying, and I agree with, is the largest issue in our entire community, which is how are we dealing with a housing crisis, affordable workforce housing across the board. HUD provides one avenue of support to help us reach some of our goals. It's not enough, but without it, we would really be starting from scratch. So it's a very important report to the entire community about the utilization of those federal funds. Questions? Other questions? Is there a motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Is there discussion of the motion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merworth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
Thank you.
thank you. Thanks to the Affordable Housing Office for the hard work. It's a lot of effort goes into the federal relationship, and it pays off in the end. So thank you very much. So Madam Clerk, that brings us to the next items.
Yes, the next item is consideration of a bill, 2023-21. It's an adoption of an ordinance for case number 2023-6843 for El Lucero Crossing, rezoning from R3 to C2. Wilson and Company, the agent for the City of Santa Fe's Office of Economic Development and applicant and agent for the New Mexico State Land Office, requests the governing body approve an ordinance to change the designation on the official zoning map from R3, which is again residential, 3 dwelling units per acre, to C2 general commercial for plus or minus 30.55 acres for a property located southwest of the intersection of South Meadows Road and New Mexico 599 and within the River and Trails Archaeological Review District.
And I think we've got a series of these that, while they'll each take an individual motion and need to be done in the correct order, they're all interrelated, and we might as well read the captions for all of them, and then we'll take up presentation that encompasses the entire body of work, but then have individual motions.
Yes. With that, the next item is consideration of a resolution. It's a resolution amending the general plan for a portion of land owned by New Mexico State Land Office as trust lands, in particular, a parcel recorded in the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office in Plat Book 789, page 040, as instrument number 1767994, entitled Boundary Survey of 30.55 acres plus or minus New Mexico State Trust Lands within section 36 T17 NR8E NMPM, comprising an area approximately plus or minus 12 acres located southwest of the intersection of South Meadows Road and New Mexico 599. And this is case number 2023-6844. And then we have item D, which is consideration of a resolution amending the general plan for a portion of land owned by the New Mexico State Land Office as trust lands, in particular, a parcel recorded in the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office in Plat Book 789, page 040, as instrument number 1767994, entitled Boundary Survey of 30.55 acres plus or minus New Mexico State Trust Lands within section 36 T17 NR8E and MPM, comprising an area of approximately plus or minus 2.7887 acres located southwest of the intersection of South Meadows Road and New Mexico 599. This is case number 2023-6845. And lastly, we have item E. It's a resolution amending the general plan for a portion of land owned by the New Mexico State Land Office as trust lands, in particular, a parcel recorded in the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office in Plat Book 789, page 040, as instrument number 1767994, entitled Boundary Survey of 30.55 acres plus or minus New Mexico State Land Trust within section 36T 17 NR8E and MPM, comprising an area of approximately plus or minus 15.5 acres located southwest of the intersection of South Meadows Road and New Mexico 599 for case number 2023-6846.
Okay,
Ooh,
that
just
was
kidding.
good. You're allowed to retire thanks to your ability to read those long Olympic-sized titles. I'm going to, before we get into the substance, I want to just walk through the process so that everybody understands how this works with a land use case. We'll start by asking members of the governing body if any of us have had pre-hearing communications regarding the merits of this application, and if those communications have made it impossible for any members of the governing body not to be able to render fair and impartial decision. If so, now would be the time to recuse yourself. If not, what we'll do is to begin with a staff report, probably around 15 minutes. We'll go to the applicant's agent, Wilson and Company, presenting as much as 15 minutes as well. Go to the sworn public testimony. After that, we'll have questions from the governing body. When the governing body has satisfied its questions of either staff or interested parties, we'll close the public hearing and then go to discussion, at which point I'll entertain a motion or motions individually on each of these items, and we'll then vote on those motions. So that's the process for these kinds of cases. We follow it, and I will turn it over to you, Ms. Moore, to begin the presentation. I think it'll encompass all of the different items, but we'll have to take them up individually when we get to debate and motions. You have the
Thank
floor.
you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, city councilors, and Christine, do you have the presentation? Okay, we're getting that up there. I have it here, but nobody can see it, so.
It doesn't work there.
But we'll get it up there. I'll just introduce myself again. My name is Maggie Moore. I am the city's planning manager. I'm here tonight because Dan Escobar couldn't be here tonight to present for this case. He was the case planner for this project. But yes, as Christine summarized earlier, we have the El Lucero Crossing project. There are 4 cases as part of this project. We have 3 general plan amendments and 1 rezoning case. I also want to clarify that while the rezoning is listed first on the agenda, that will actually be the last item that you will consider. Officially, as you go through this, we will need to consider the general plan amendments first and then the rezoning last. Okay. I'm not going to, and Christine, do you want to go to the next slide? But I won't reread this, but the first case is 2023-6844. And this is a amendment to the future land use map with, contained within the 1999 general plan. And this is an amendment from Mountain Corridor designation to community commercial for a 12-acre portion of the overall 30-acre site. The next general plan amendment is from a low density residential designation to community commercial designation on the future land use map. And lastly, the third general plan amendment is from a medium density residential designation to community commercial. Okay, and then lastly, the rezoning request is from the current zoning of R3 to C2 or general commercial zoning. Okay. And I just want to, highlight, kind of take a step back and talk about the road of review that this case has, taken to get here tonight. It started out with a code required pre-application meeting with planning and members of the design development review team, which is a multidisciplinary team of city employees and consultants. That occurred on March 9th, 2023. The applicant held an official ENN on April 25th, 2023, with staff attendance. And we were there for that. On May 15th, they submitted their application to the planning division. It was reviewed by the DRT and a report was prepared, and they gave notice to the public that there was going to be a hearing. And we held a hearing on July 6th in front of the Planning Commission. The members, this is just kind of a little graphic. Oh, the next one, Christine. Yeah. Thank you. This is a little summary of some of our core DRT members, just to kind of illustrate who looked at this project. Because this is a general plan amendment and a rezoning, we don't, there's only a core group of DRT members who are looking at this, because we're mostly looking at can the existing infrastructure support the proposal? So it's very high level. There's not setbacks to consider at this point, because there's no actual development that is tied to these requests. So we look at it from a zoning perspective, mostly looking at conformity with the general plan, with the Southwest Community Area Master Plan. How does this request match with those, and other plans that the city has adopted? The MPO reviews it for conformity to their plans, their transportation plans, bike master plans. We look at traffic engineering, wastewater, water engineering and wastewater. And of course, we have the fire marshal, look at everything too. So you have about 6 of the 17 core members are looking at this application. All right, next one. Okay. And so at the Planning Commission meeting on July 6th, the Planning Commission found that the application complied with the pre-application and early neighborhood notification requirements of Chapter 14, and that the approval criteria for the general plan amendments were met by the applicant, and that the approval criteria for the rezonings were met by the applicant as well. And
Yeah, thank you. We're late now. We're And so on July 6th, the Planning Commission recommended that the governing body approve case 2023-644, the general plan amendment, which changes the future land use designation from mountain corridor to community commercial. They recommended that you approve the general plan amendment from low density to community commercial, and the last general plan amendment from medium density to community commercial. And also that you approve the rezoning request from R3 to C2 or general commercial. And as I clarified earlier, and again today, there will be 4 motions required. First, you will approve or deny the general plan amendments, 1, 2, 3. And then lastly, consider to approve or deny ordinance 2023-21, rezoning the property from R3 to C2. And then next slide. For those of us who are a little more graphically oriented, I did include a few images. And so what these 2 images show on the left is the site and the future land use map. And this was all in the packet of information that you received. And you see the site, kind of the triangle there, and then it has those 3 designations, the mountain corridor, low density, medium density, kind of encompassing that site. And then on the right, you have the existing zoning, which is R3 for the site. And then the next image shows the proposed designations. So, eliminating those 3 future land use map designations, mountain corridor, low density, and medium density, and changing it to community commercial. And then that will, if that is approved, that will allow the rezoning from R3 to C2 shown on the right there. And then lastly, on my last slide, I just wanted to talk about the rezoning designation to a C2 district. The C2 general commercial district is the most permissible, I would say, district in the city zoning category. If the C2 district was one of your parents, you would want to ask them if you could have ice cream for dinner. It has about 62 permitted uses, and I just put up some of the general categories that it allows within it. We have residential, multifamily, public, institutional, and civic, daycare, educational, including like colleges and universities, community centers, neighborhood type centers, hospitals, medical offices and clinics, public accommodation, so hotels and the like. We have retail sales and services, even urban farms of less than an acre, public parks, religious assembly, arts activities, so art galleries and art studios. Certain cannabis establishments are allowed in C2, financial services, banks, other institutions, food and beverage establishments, restaurants, of all types, office and professional businesses, recreation, entertainment, like bowling alleys, and light manufacturing as well. So just wanted to, that's what they're asking to be allowed to do on the site. So, and with that, if you have any questions.
Thank you. We'll move to the next presentation
Okay,
then, and then after that, we'll go to public comment.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council.
Do we need to swear some folks in here before we get going?
Mayor Weber, councilors, it depends on the content of the statements. If there's gonna be factual testimony, then yes. If it's gonna be a description of the city processes and law, then no.
I think it is the presentation.
It's an overview and status of our project.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I think we should swear them in.
Okay. Christine, can you?
Give me one sec, well, yes, I'll swear you in. And then, yeah. I'm also waiting for the scan of the presentation, but let me pull up our slide because it disappeared after. All right, it is still scanning, so I can swear you both in simultaneously. Just raise your hand, yes, and then say I and state your name. I, Joanna Nelson. So cute. Residing in, and you can just say your city and state. So. Okay, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And are we trying to queue up the presentation? Is that what's happening next?
Yes. Because of our temporary upgrades, I have to screen share. So we are now have a presentation and you guys can start.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Joanna Nelson. I'm the Director for the Office of Economic Development for the City of Santa Fe. Great to be here. Thanks for your time. I'm really excited to be here to talk about this project and to be at this point. We have talked about El Lucero project for quite some time. And to be here is an accomplishment. We're ready to get going and see this project move forward to address needs in this part of the city, as well as create economic opportunity. So I'm going to turn it over to Noah Burke, who is our contractor with Wilson and Co., to talk about this project, how it relates to economic development, and give a status update of where we are in the project. So I'll turn it over to you, Noah.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Burke.
Joe. Thank you. Thank you, John. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. It's nice to see you all again, as I have many, many times before in the past. And I also would like to thank Christine for her service too, because from the day she started here, she invited me out to coffee and actually called me and said she was getting donuts, and I don't eat a lot of donuts. So it was a very nice gesture, but so she's always been great. So I wish her well on her next journey, and I'll try not to make her cry. We can go to the next slide. So I think it was already said before who the lead agency is for this, but it is the City of Santa Fe Office of Economic Development. With us tonight is Director Rich Brown. You already heard from Director Nelson, and also Asset Director Terry Lease, who's also here as well. And I'm Noah Burke, and I'm with Wilson and Company, and I'm the planning manager for this project. So I kind of want to go over a little bit first, the progress update with El Lucero Crossing. The rezoning and general plan amendments were submitted to the Land Use Department back in May 15th. We presented to the Planning Commission on July 6th, and the commission unanimously recommended approval of all the actions. And then subsequently, we did some presentations, more of an update presentation to EDAC and also to the Quality of Life on the 2nd of August. So you may be wondering, if you don't already know, what the El Lucero Crossing parcel is and where it's located. So it's approximately a 30-acre site that's located near the southwest corner of 599 and South Meadows Road, which is a major intersection within the city. It was leased by the City of Santa Fe back in 2015 from the State Land Office for the purposes of housing and creating economic development. Within that lease, it does state that the city may sublease the parcel or parcels or buildings to other entities, including business establishments. And right now, as it sits, it's currently undeveloped. You can go to the next slide. I think you saw Maggie's presentation, some pretty small, some small maps. This is a little bit large, what the future land use classification is on the property. You can see here, there's 3 classifications. One of the classifications is the mountain corridor residential. The second classification is low density residential. And then the third classification is medium density residential. And then you may be wondering what the current zoning designations are, even though they were stated in the captions, but this is what it looks like from the map. The site overall is zoned R3, and surrounding the site, you may see some zoning designations of, to the north, R1, to the south, R21, to the east, R3, and then to the west, R1. Next slide, please. So as I stated before, there's 3 future land use designations for the parcel. And therefore we are requesting that 3 general plan amendments in order to proceed to the rezoning. And those 3, the future land use map changes that's being requested is the community corridor, community commercial for the parcel. And then the general plan amendment is needed in order for the rezoning to proceed to C2, which is what is being requested also. And the why of the C2 is because it's probably the most advantageous zoning district for the purposes of economic development and housing within our city. This is just kind of talking about what the Office of Economic Development goals are for El Lucero, and it's to generate economic development benefits for and to provide needed services to the southwest area of Santa Fe and to the city as a whole. So there was some public engagement that happened prior to an application submittal. We felt that it was really important to reach out to the public in this area and explain what is this project and what's being requested. And this went above and beyond what's required of the ENN process. So I wanted to go over a little bit of that. So a virtual public survey was conducted and it was posted online between April 6th and all the way till May 7th to collect community feedback about desired uses for the El Lucero crossing. And we tried to get this out to the community through a number of outlets. We met with local nonprofits. We met with some community leaders on the south side. And we created the survey and put it on Nextdoor. And we actually mailed it out as well to, I think, somewhere along the lines of 600 feet distance from the parcel, which was easier to encompass more area because the parcel is so large and you have large parcels surrounding it. The 300 foot for an ENN didn't really reach the amount of people that we were looking to engage. And so the survey received 24 responses and 17 of those were in English and 8 were in Spanish. And as I spoke about before, we did do a mailing that was both in English and Spanish. And you could see a copy of this to residents within 600 feet, which approximately came out to be 597 addresses or address points and mailing addresses. And within this, we spoke about, informed them of what a general plan amendment is and what it means and what a rezoning is and what it means. And we provided them with information on how to take the survey as well. Next slide. So you may be wondering, what were the results? So we just highlighted some of the results from the survey. And to kind of highlight this, we talked about what is the greatest need for the Southwest area. And so we went ahead and gave them some choices of types of desired uses based on feedback. And so we talked about, as you can see here, parks and open space, and was the highest response as a need. And then a grocery store and additional retail services to highlight some of this. And then we also asked them what was the greatest economic development needs in the Southwest area of Santa Fe. And small business development and business incubation was the highest response rate, and as well as job creation, followed by new products and services to this area. And then we can go to the next slide. Some other noteworthy results from the survey: open space and recreational uses ranked highest as a type that respondents would like to see in the on the El Lucero parcel. I don't think this comes as any surprise over in this area. If for those of you who are familiar with this, there is not a lot of spaces and activity spaces other than the county park and also Swan Park, which is a great park, but that's still not adjacent to this. Housing and civic uses followed as the highest, second ranked, and specific uses with majority support included mixed use buildings, community centers, fire and police services, and educational institutions. Additionally, we did 3 focus groups that were held over Zoom with members of the public before the ENN. So all of this was before the required ENN, if that wasn't clear before. We held a focus group on the first focus group on April 19th and put approximately 2 hours aside. All of our focus groups had a Spanish translator available. And we kind of worked, well, we did work with Liz Camacho in economic development to help us get in touch, because through the Midtown project, we were able to engage lots of different groups. And so we would like to reach out to those groups as well. So the attendees at the first meeting included individuals associated with Earth Care and the Southwest Santa Fe Advocates. The second focus group was on April 20th, and that included individuals from La Familia, the Santa Fe Habitat for Humanity, Tierra Contenta, and also a City of Santa Fe counselor, and Economic Development Committee Chair and the Asset Development Manager were at that meeting. And then our third focus group on April 20th included individuals associated with YouthWorks, the Housing Trusts Board, and Southwest Santa Fe Advocates, which led up to our ENN, which was held on April 25th and lasted approximately 2 hours. Actually, I think it was shorter, but it started at 5:30. So I think in the interest of time, I won't go over word for word our responses to the criteria for the general plan amendment for all 3. But just for some highlighting, we did note that there was some changing, changing growth projections that have happened that were not in line with the general plan. And we highlighted some of this, as well as the changes in the area that have occurred over the last 10 years, specifically rezoning and several hundred residential units that are locating to this area. And I think that members of this body has heard a number of cases that have been before this, so I'm probably familiar with that, so I won't go over too specifically. Next slide. Again, this goes over the criteria. I will be available for questions, so I won't go word for word for this. We can go to the next slide. This is just some more general plan amendment approval criteria. And then next slide, this goes over our rezoning approval criteria as well. And then we can go to the next slide to get to the next steps. So where are we? Well, we're in front of you, seeking approval. And what are the next steps? So right now we're in the final stages. Obviously, this talks about some of the investment on the city side. And specifically the rezoning and general plan amendment is in the final stages. We're seeking approval tonight. A feasibility study has been undertaken and is in the final stages of review and will be presented before this body and other bodies subsequently. And then we're also working on providing the city with a marketing brochure with the Office of Economic Development, of course, and the State Land Office. And then beginning this fall, the development plan process, which will include engineering plans, public meetings, and hopefully a city approval, and last probably 6 to 12 months from a planning standpoint, will start. And I want to emphasize that the development plan that has already been allocated in terms of funding, but also we are working with the city, the Office of Economic Development and the Land Use Department to design a more robust public engagement, because this is the development portion. And I think it's very important that this project, and I believe that the city feels this is very important, that this project looks and feels like it's part of that area of town, as well as provides the amenities that are needed on that side of town. Also, the spine infrastructure will also hopefully be starting within the next year. And then future steps, which Director Brown can speak about, are the funding aspect of this, as this is a city project. It's owned by the state land department. The city has to provide the infrastructure on the site and connections. And so there's a funding capital outlay request, which would be submitted, probably requesting somewhere along the lines of $50 million. So with that, that is the end of my presentation. So I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. What I'd like to do now is open the floor to public comment. Anyone either present or on Zoom who wants to testify on this matter, I invite you, if you're here, to come to the podium and be sworn in. And we'll give you an opportunity to speak to the issue for 2 minutes and address the governing body.
All right.
I'm sad you're leaving.
Oh. Thank you. Very emotional meeting.
I wasn't anymore.
If you'll say aye and state your name,
I, Bonnie Montfort Bowe,
residing in and state your city and state.
Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you do have 2 minutes. You'll see the timer up on top.
Okay.
And please pull the mic real close to your mouth. Great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. My name is Bonnie Montfort Bowe. I live at 20 Camino Peralta, and I've lived in the city of Santa Fe or the county for 32 years. I worked for 14 years with local government division, the state, as a public infrastructure instructor and a grants administrator, including the CDBG, and as a planner for historic preservation in the Office of Cultural Affairs. And I was also a board member of the Historic Santa Fe Foundation. So I have a rational and passionate stake in this game. I have come to oppose the resolutions regarding land use at Meadows and Caja del Rio, and I hope you can. I don't want to stand up each time. I don't know if I can get 4 minutes this time, but I can talk again if you want me to. But basically, I am speaking to all of the relevant zone resolutions tonight. Several of my neighbors found out only yesterday about the meeting, and they could not be here tonight. I do have an issue with such a really big project having only a 600-foot requirement, and I don't know if that can be changed. And I have concerns that it's premature, that it seems to me that some of the feasibility studies and things like that, it's kind of the cart before the horse, that maybe more of the feasibility study should be done before we make such a big change to our community. So I basically oppose the great increase in residential density and the commercial use at all. When I first moved into that area, there was an idea that you would have a lovely entrance to the city of Santa Fe. And what I see with what's been distributed to me as a neighbor, it doesn't seem to me that this is the kind of entrance that we were talking about before. And I have a safety issue. I know that these new developments are really dense and they require police to enforce the laws. And honestly, I talked to the chief of police last week, and he says he can't even with his staff do everything that he needs to do right now. And I think that's really one huge concern for all of us. In fact, so I talk about the aesthetics, and I also think we need to make our places livable, the kinds of, I know it's not developed yet, but I think we need to see a feasibility study that shows what we might be able to do to create really good pocket communities everywhere, so that we have safe communities where people are vested in each other, which this seems like it's so dense that it might be difficult. And I would want to see a feasibility study about safety versus crime in that area too. And I don't know what's been done at that level. And also I think the number of responses that have been made so far to this is not enough to really understand whether we should go forward with the project. Did you mention 28 responses or something like that to your survey? I mean, this is a huge development. Let's get everybody involved. And I understand it will happen later, but in the meantime, you have already rezoned and replanned. So I'd rather, yeah, I think it's premature. So I think we should do more work before. And then if you see that is feasible, I might not want it, but if it looks like that's what we're needed and we can absolutely handle it, then we do the change in zone. Zone changes are big. I know that. And also, if we do this kind of development, if we actually put it forward and think that we're going to have a big grocery store there or light manufacturing, we all know that we don't have staff for any of our businesses here. I mean, we don't have enough staffing. So if we take staffing away from our businesses already in town and put them in a grocery store out in this development, then will the other companies that are already in town fail at this moment? So my question is it appropriate at this moment, and is it premature? So
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Others who have come tonight to testify who want to be heard at this time, or anybody on Zoom, step up to the microphone if you'd like to be heard and be sworn in by the city clerk.
All right. Can you say aye and state your name and the city and state where you reside?
I, Leonard Ramus.
And actually, you have to do it into the microphone. Sorry.
Can I pick this up? Really?
Yes. Pick up the whole
Yep.
thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
stand and
That's fine.
all.
Yeah.
That's right.
Perfect. If you want.
It's back.
Yep.
I, Leonard Ramus, Santa Fe County, New Mexico.
Okay. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Very good, sir. You have the floor.
I surely wasn't prepared to say anything. I know nothing about this. I just found out yesterday. I live in the area. I'm really confused. Some of the presentations that the 24 responses wanted parks and recreation, and then we're changing from residential to commercial. I don't understand why commercial. In that whole area, I mean, everything is a few minutes away for commercial. There's so many establishments that appear to be empty. Has there been a survey of the need for commercial in this area compared with what it can be gotten in around Cerullius Road? It seems to be more than enough. Has anybody done a survey about the small roads? We have 599, but there are only 2 or 3, 4 little roads around there. They're all overly used. It seems like, and it just seems really early to make a zoning change to commercial out of a completely residential area. I don't see the need. I don't see the need for commercial, and also the wants seem to be first of all, the surveys were very small. I'm I'm about 3 or 4 minute ride from that area, or I could walk to that area. I wasn't part of this reach out. None of my neighbors were. It seems to be just, why are we doing that? I really don't, nobody's really said why. And that's what I don't have anything to offer other than I'm completely confused.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else either here in this room or on Zoom who wants to be heard at this time?
Miss Benenato's back on Zoom. So
Okay, we'll have to
yes.
bring her in and swear her in.
Yes. Although, Mike, can you let her speak on your end? I don't think I'm a co-host. Or make me a co-host?
I think I just got unmuted.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Very good.
Let me swear you in quickly. Will you say aye and state your name and the city that you reside?
I, Stephanie Benenato, living in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Thanks. I don't know all that much about this project. I do, however, think that giving it a C1 zoning is sort of like giving it away to do whatever. And it's a very vague ideas of what will happen there with very little community engagement. And I think that the other two speakers who brought out feeling that's a little premature, I think are correct. And I think also the intersection with Meadows Road, it comes up over and over again in these different development conversations about how overused it is. And I think that the city needs to require of itself, because you are the ones developing this, it sounds like, that you really address that issue and find ways of relieving traffic in that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else on Zoom or here in the council chamber who wishes to be heard from the public? Anybody? No? Well, in that case, what I'll do is turn it over to members of the governing body for questions or inquiry from anyone who's testified, whether it's staff or a member of the public. I'll just look for hands up first. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for both presentations. I really appreciate it. First question. Sure. Is this a little better? Gotcha. Turned it on, turned it off. Deals with, I guess, I want to address the issue of, because we don't own the property, and I'm going to read from page 43 out of 966 pages of our packet. And the section reads, the New Mexico State Land Office currently owns the property. The city of Santa Fe has secured a lease of the property for development, reference attached lease agreement. While the city does not have jurisdiction to zone federal, state, or county lands, the lease requires the city to develop the site through all applicable city code requirements, triggering the general plan amendment and rezoning requests. So, I mean, that to me is a bit tricky, because the city is coming before us as the applicant when the city does not own the land, and they're kind of speaking on behalf of the state land office. And I know we got representatives from the state land office, and I don't think there's any opposition from the state land office, but I look at it in the context of, could Councilor Rivera come forth as an applicant to rezone my property? And so my question is, why isn't it the state land office coming before us to rezone their property versus us as the applicant? And I think that's just a question for the broader public to have an understanding of our process.
Oh. Is Councilor Lindell acting as pro tem right now? Pro tem
No,
Lindell, Council.
I am.
Pro Tem Romero Worth or Councilor Romero Worth, Chair Romero Worth and councilors. In this case, the city is essentially the land office's agent pursuant to the lease. And then we have also hired a sub-agent, which is Wilson and Co., represented by Noah Burke. So our lease is what transferred that right to the city. So if you were to transfer a right to Councilor Rivera to do certain things with your property, that's how he would get it and be your agent. So essentially through the lease, which has this statement about the city being able to go through its own processes in relation to the leased land, that's how the city essentially became the agent of the state land office. And then we hired outside agency as well.
Okay, thank you. And again, this question's more so for public consumption. And so since we have the state land office and they've been sitting here with us waiting forever all night, I apologize for keeping you here. Maybe we can, if we can have you just testify that there is no opposition or dissent from this potential rezoning.
He's an attorney.
We're going to need a swearing in ceremony.
I'm an attorney appearing pursuant to my oath of office requiring candor to the tribunal. Is that adequate?
Mayor Burke, Council. So we generally, for factual assertions, if it's not a legal argument or that type of thing, have done swearing in. So it sounds like the request is to whether your client is opposed to this.
Chris Grazer, Assistant General Counsel, New Mexico State Land Office. The State Land Office has leased this to the city. The lease permits the development that is contemplated. We are in negotiations for revisions to that lease for several reasons. The point was that as state trust land, it is not subject to zoning restrictions by the city of Santa Fe, but pursuant to the lease, we have required that the city comply with the zoning restrictions unless we give written approval otherwise. So the State Land Office certainly takes the position that the request is in accordance with the lease.
Okay, thank you. Really appreciate that clarification.
You're welcome.
My next question focuses more around the studies. And so I know, for example, there's within the packet and in our packet, it's on page 5 of 966. There's a proposed drawing of what this might look like. That's not ultimately what a final plan is. Am I correct in that?
Mayor, councilors, Councilor Garcia, you are correct. That is conceptual, what could potentially be here. And I do want to emphasize that there's no development being requested tonight. This is not a development application. This is simply rezoning the property. So that is a conceptual, very, very high level starting point at best of what could potentially be at this property if the city chooses to pursue development of this property within the confines of the lease agreement.
Okay. And so I think we've established this isn't what potential map, but is the first step in potential redevelopment of this property should it be rezoned. So I guess my question is more so around the feasibility studies. Why are those being conducted after versus prior to the request for rezoning being made?
Mayor, councilors Garcia. So it is actually taking sort of the feasibility study started before the application was submitted for rezoning and a general plan amendment. So that feasibility study has, I think, been almost a year process. And it involved Wilson and Company, as well as subconsultant through New Mexico State University. It includes an economic impact analysis and a cost benefit analysis within that project, and also takes an assessment of the existing conditions, the existing climate, and whatnot, and what it would cost to develop this property. So what the city should look at, should they pursue this for housing and economic development, as the lease stipulates. So the feasibility study is in its final stages, and it will be probably brought before this board, before the governing body, hopefully in the next month or so. And so it is not being done after this, it's actually being done semi-parallel to this. It's actually informing a lot of the requests that could happen in the future, but nothing that's being requested right now. But right now, the current zoning is not advantageous to the agreement of the leasing. The current zoning is low density residential, which is not conducive to economic development. It's not conducive to multifamily housing or any type of workforce housing for that matter. It's R1 or it's R3. So it's 30 acres of R3. And I don't think that the state land office, and I won't speak for them, but I think based on the lease agreement, that would not be what they would want to do with this property, is develop, 90 single family homes potentially. So.
Right. Okay. And so the feasibility studies are going to continue, because that was part of the presentation. I just want to confirm that.
Counselor, the feasibility study has concluded essentially, and is in its final stages of review within the Wilson and Company through our quality assurance and quality control process before it's presented to the Office of Economic Development, which will then decide if it is presented before this board. So there is not another economic feasibility study that is being requested right now or being pursued. There was only one for this property.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burke. I appreciate that. And then my last set of questions resolve around, I think, cities. So it's more so for city staff. I don't know if it's the econ team. It is actually-
Planning
it's
or economic
economic development. Yeah. And so part of the presentation was talking about some future next steps. Allocating $700,000 for a master development plan and $8 million for spine infrastructure. Can you expand a little more on that plan, where we plan to get the resources for that, et cetera?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Garcia, thanks for the question. We have requested There we go. We have requested $500,000 to begin the master plan to begin in the fall from the general fund. And so we are working with the finance department to get that moving. And we've secured a purchase order to work with Wilson and Co. to start the master plan.
So is that 500 from existing budgeted, or is it from an unexpended or unexpected revenue source? I mean, where can you clarify further? Where is it actually identified? Is it in the budget now, or is it part of, we've got a pot of money that is unexpected revenues? Is it coming from that source?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Garcia, I would look to Director Brown. He might have more insight as he's been in communication with Director Oster at the Finance Department to answer that correctly.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I have to be sworn in, I think.
Hi, Rich.
Hi.
Say aye, state your name.
Richard Brown.
Richard Brown.
Yes.
Okay. Residing in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Santa Fe, New Mexico. I reside in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Okay. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Okay, thanks, Rich.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Garcia, answer your question. We are requesting funding from the general fund because we are running low on our economic development fund because we receive funding for the fund through land sales, and we haven't had any land sales. So this funding is a request from the general fund so we can get some additional funding to start this next phase. So we have not received that approval yet, but it is something that has been requested.
Okay, so I'm assuming because we've already set our budget that it's going to come from the unexpected portion of.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Just want to confirm that it wasn't part of any budget. It's coming from the surplus of resources that were unexpected.
Exactly.
Okay. And Director Brown, you might be the best person to answer this next question because it's dealing with, I'm assuming, a fiscal year 25 capital outlay request.
That's correct.
And on the presentation, it was a $50 million request. And just to give some context, last year's fiscal year capital outlay request from us was around $30 million. That covered roughly 10 for the fire station, 3.5 for parks, 10 million for Midtown, 2 million for Fogelson, and 7.5 million for turf and whatnot for the soccer area. And so this is almost double. And I mean, it's very ambitious for us to put a $50 million request that I can only speak for myself as a counselor hasn't come before me is, hey, we're going to put this out there. And I think it's a bit concerning that we're maybe hanging our hat on a capital outlay request to move forward with this programming. And in particular, given the current circumstances with our audit where capital outlay is not even flowing to us right now for certain fiscal years. So I think that to me is concerning. So can you speak a little more to why we're proposing or why it was proposed in the presentation, $50 million? What are we going to do with that $50 million? Because again, that $50 million outnumbers all of these major requests that have been our priorities for years. And for us to put that on our list, I'll let you speak to it, Director Brown.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, we like to aim high, of course, and it says request. It does not mean that we have it confirmed. So we recognize that there will be a development financing plan in order to get to that number. We have to wait really to figure out how much we might receive from capital outlay. But there's bonding capacity, there's LIDA, there is tax credits. They're all different types of funding opportunities for us, but that's why it just says request. We don't know what that number will be, but we know we'll have to build what I call a capital stack to get to that number, knowing that we wanted to share that about $50 million will do this. Additionally, we may have to bring on developers who can look at the land from a commercial standpoint and invest the subsidy themselves too. So there are many ways to come up with that number, but our first and best case is let's request as much as we can to see what we come from and then actually add on once we receive what we can. So that's kind of where that number came from.
Gotcha. Thank you, Director Brown. I appreciate that. One question just popped up in my, how long is the lease with the State Land Office for?
The lease currently is a 40-year lease. I'm going to have to ask Mr. 25 years lease, and we're actually requesting an extension to 40 years. That allows us actually to get a better development financing plan to come through it. So that's a part of the work we're doing with the State Land Office.
Okay, that's good to put in context that, especially with the the investment, just the initial investment of, an $8 million spine infrastructure and, the master development plan, you're talking almost $9 million just right there. And then potential $50 million request from the state. That's a major investment on behalf of the city of Santa Fe, where we've got other parts of our city that need those major investment in resources. So I think we really need to figure out if we're going to be the main driver, or you had mentioned in your comments, there could be other players, but I think that's what needs to be reaffirmed for me. I mean, I'm supportive of looking at development and of housing, especially affordable housing. And I think that's where that's not identified in this kind of process. That's where we need to have some of those answers. Is it going to be all market rate? Because with the proposal to rezone from R3 to C2, it does basically give carte blanche to the owner.
Yes.
And what does that mean? What does that look like for the final product? And is that final product, how is it going to benefit our city, our residents, and the existing surrounding communities? I think those are all factors we need to take into consideration as we're moving forward with an ambitious project like this. And I know it's the requirement for 600 feet and beyond to be notified. I think a concern for me in that respects, especially in an area where there is no development. If you look at the map, you've got, what is it, to the north portion of that property? I was looking at the map. I think it is more the north side. It doesn't have necessarily a direction, but it's vacant land. And so you've got one whole parcel of it that nobody's going to be notified. The other side is.
Excuse
school.
me, sir, we don't applaud in the,
So,
or boo for that matter. So just listen with respect. Thank you.
And so I think maybe a question for staff is how close is the nearest kind of community to it? I know that there was some residents that fell within the 600-foot radius, but and there was a map on there and I was trying to find it besides not going to your typical Google Maps. What it seemed to be somewhat, I don't want to say landlocked, but there's not much development around this proposed space. You've got 599 on one side, vacant land on the other, you've got school on the other, but on the other side of the road is where there is some housing. And so I think the question is there anything that prevents us from going above and beyond that, just to ensure that we're gaining appropriate feedback from folks? Because I know we've got, and maybe Councilor, what is the trailer park that's right next to it? There's Cottonwood. So I mean, was Cottonwood engaged? I guess that's a question, Mr. Burke. Was Cottonwood Mobile Home Park engaged during this process?
Thank you, Mayor Weber and Councilor Garcia. So just a few points for clarification. The requirement in the city code is for an ENN, it's 300 linear feet from every parcel line in each direction. We actually decided, and it's only required that you notify that amount of people in neighborhood associations within that for every physical and mailing address. But we wanted to rethink that process in the fact that there aren't a lot of people within 300 feet. So what we did do is we went above and beyond that to educate for one, and also talk and hear the community and what they want. There is a majority of this property surrounding this property that is zoned multifamily that's being developed. So actually directly to the south, you have 200 apartments. So that was 200 address points, but we decided that we were going to go ahead and notify 600 feet because we felt that that would get farther than just that parcel. Cottonwood is far from this parcel. It is probably about, you have to go past the school. Yeah, you could see it down there. It's farther than 600 feet.
But if you look at, Mr. Burke, if you look at the map there, and if you look at the housing around it, it's pretty vacant. And to be neighborly, we should get in the practice of trying to engage at least the nearest community members. And that I guess bottom left portion of the triangle, I'm going to call it the diamond, you see it's very close to Cottonwood. I'm assuming, Councilor, is that Cottonwood there? That's so, and then across the street is where you've got the apartment complexes, right? And so I think just to be proactive, I'd like for us to take into consideration, because I think we'd get great feedback in the sense, you know, that portion of town is a food desert. So looking and bringing in a grocery store, fantastic, I think, but to get to the crux of the question, why wouldn't we want to reach out to Cottonwood or
yeah. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I think one of the slides that Mr. Burke put in is that we did reach out to organizations, nonprofits who reach out into the whole community. I think there were 6 or 7 that he mentioned. So it wasn't just the neighborhood that we went to, but we actually went to the organizations that work within that community. Also, I want to say that keep in mind that this is the first phase of the process. So as we get to the ENA, we will definitely take your suggestion in mind where we, because it's kind of rural in a lot of ways. So as we get to the ENA phase, we will go out further so that we reach a larger population, because you can look at that map and see that on the sort of southwest side, there's a lot more density of people. There's a school there and there's more buildings being done that's being built right now. So we will have a larger population to reach once we get to that phase. And so when we get to that phase, we'll go there, but we'll still connect with those community organizations that we reached in the beginning who came to the table to have conversations with us.
Okay, thank you, Director Brown. And so the engagement that those community organizations did that lead to the 20 some odd pieces of feedback, or is there an addition to? Because I mean, given the area, I mean, that's a low number, to be honest with you, 26 pieces of feedback. And if that, I guess the question is, does that include the feedback from the engagement of the nonprofit community organizations that helped out with this?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, yes, it did include that as well. So, and also we did advertise on Nextdoor, which had about 600 different email addresses as well to try to engage them as well.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for me. I do have some comments later, but we're in question portion. So thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Mayor. I
Counselor.
really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you,
Councilor
staff.
Rivera,
Mr.
you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I do support this project and just have a couple questions. The first one is for Miss Moore, I think. You mentioned that part of this might be some light manufacturing, and I wanted you to get a little more into specifics about that. As you know, there's a concrete plant just west of Cottonwood that has a smokestack that's pretty active. And I just want to make sure we're not going to be exposing our kids and residents to anything in light manufacturing that may be somewhat dangerous.
Is it what? Oh, it's, yeah. Mayor, councilors, Councilor Rivera, thank you for the question. Yeah, the reference to light manufacturing was, as one of the, many permitted uses in the C2 zone district. I'd have to pull up the code, but I don't believe, that is more on the lines of food production, or, not heavy industrial where chemicals are going to be involved, or, so that sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if that's part of the proposal, ultimately, because we don't have a development plan in front of us to say, these uses will be there. So, but that's one option.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, and Councilor Rivera, light manufacturing, as Maggie said, was really like, we have a local pet food company that wants to expand. We have a small bottling company, water company. We have a small company that's doing turning remains into stones that doesn't require a lot of smokestacks. And we have a couple of small entrepreneurs that'll be there. We're looking at the bioscience industry as an incubator space. And we also are looking at possibly the Food Depot having an outpost so that they can provide meals for kids to the schools because they've run out of space. So that's the type of light manufacturing that we're thinking about.
So you said one of those didn't require a lot of smokestacks. So
no, that was saying that the turning the remains into stones doesn't require smokestacks at all. They actually have a place a little further south of us right now that they do that work.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to ask that because light manufacturing is so broad. The next one's for Mr. Burke. And it goes back to the letters and the surveys and Nextdoor. So is it a 600-foot radius? Are we required to notify just city residents, or is it a radius of the property itself?
Thank you, Mayor Weber and Councilor Rivera. So the 600 feet was a number that in any direction, so it could be to county residents as well. So it was not just city residents. It was 600 feet in each direction. So.
Okay. And do we know how many residents on that map fit into that 600-foot radius?
I believe that it was 590 somewhat address points.
And how many just in the county? Do you know that?
I don't know that offhand. I think that was a harder because of the highway.
Right.
It's a pretty far distance across the highway to reach the first parcel and the frontage road as well.
Yeah, so I agree with Counselor Garcia as we move forward with this, maybe expanding it a little bit and getting a little more feedback from everyone. The last thing is just a comment, and I know there's going to be an appetite to put more housing, more affordable housing into this area. And you have a school right there that is already probably one of the biggest elementary schools in the public school system. So I would hope that we have a lengthy discussion with the public schools about what the best plan moving forward is for the school, for our kids, and really for the area. So just keep that in mind, please, as we move forward on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody. So a couple questions, because I want to make sure that we ground ourselves back in where we are tonight, which is a rezone and not a development plan, correct?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Cassett, that's correct.
Okay. And we have a lease with the state land office that requires this for economic development. And the state is not required to follow our zoning. So I am curious, if we were to rezone now, just so, you know, we don't feel like we're taking off too big of a decision. If we were to rezone now, we fail on a development plan, I assume that probably breaches our lease. It goes back to the state land office and then they can ignore our rezone. But I understand that kind of legal process correctly?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Cassett, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. I just think that that's helpful in terms of, Chris, did you have anything to add? He's got it. All right. Thank you. Good to see you. I just think that that's something that's important for us to really think about in terms of some of the conversations and the concerns that have been brought from the community. So things like ingress and egress, that will be part of the development plan conversations.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Cassett, that is correct.
And similar to Midtown, we are in the driver's seat. So things like the affordability levels of housing, what open space looks like, all of this is really within our purview. It's not some like other development plans where a developer is going to come to us and, you know, this meets code, yes or no, but really we do have the ability to shape this based on the needs of the community, based on further community engagement, what we're looking at in terms of the city, correct?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Cassett, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the $50 million price tag, correct me if I'm wrong, but the fire station being mentioned, we already have funding for that. That might be a Director Brown question, unless you have that, Noah.
Yeah, Mayor Weber, Counselor Cassett, I would defer to the city representatives.
Thank
Director
you.
Brown.
Mayor Weber, Counselor Cassett, in reference to the fire station, it's completely separate from the Economic Development Department's funding.
Okay.
So that would be a question for the Public Works Department.
Okay.
And so I don't know all the particulars of the funding for that
Mhm.
and its status.
Okay.
So that $50 million would not go to the fire station.
Okay, so
parcel.
that's a separate
Separate.
capital
Completely
expenditure.
separate.
Okay. So again, thinking about Midtown, which obviously is double the size. We have a pretty big price tag on that, but we are not necessarily going to need all $50 million at one time, assuming that actually is the number. We usually are doing this in phases. Would that be the same for this scenario as well?
Yeah. Mayor Weber, Counselor Cassett, that's completely correct. We would do the infrastructure first,
Mhm.
and then we may go out to RFP for development proposals, which brings money into the table on top of what we might have to invest ourselves.
Okay, so it's not, the scenario is not necessarily that we're going to ask for a, capital outlay allocation from the state for $50 million next year in order to make this work.
No, we'd like to do it, but we're not going to do that.
We would like to do it, but we're not. Thanks for being honest about what we would prefer if we could. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Looking at the lease, when we are discussing a 40-year lease, is that 40 years from 2000? When did we first have this lease signed? 15?
2015 is the beginning. of the lease.
So are we talking about 40 years from 2015, or are we talking about 40 years from now and expanding that out further, or 40 years from the end of?
Yeah, Mayor Councilor Cassett, I actually might ask Mr. Lees to, and or maybe Chris Grace can answer that question, but I will not answer because I am going to assume something. So.
Thank you.
So at the time we entered into the lease, the maximum lease term we were allowed to enter into was 25 years. The statute has subsequently been amended. We're now allowed to enter into 40-year leases. The discussions we've been having with city staff are, do we extend this one out to 40 years? Do we terminate this one, enter in a new one in 40 years? And there's competing equities for both of those. And I don't think a decision's been made on that at this point.
Okay, I think that might mean my question around this, and not sure who the appropriate person to answer is, but the amount of investment that we'd be putting into land that we don't own, and what protections the city has around that investment. And so I would be curious to hear a little bit more about that. Again, this is probably a decision that's for the future development plan, but as long as we're here.
Mayor, Councilor Cassett, I think I'd like to answer your question from a standpoint that if we're successful in our economic development, we're providing a lot of impact, direct and indirect, housing, et cetera, community benefit. And if we're successful, both the State Land Office receives funding, revenue streams from it, and with the city of Santa Fe. So it's in the best interest of both of us to continue that arrangement. So if we get 40 years out and we're both still here, that would be something we want to negotiate to extend that because we wouldn't close it down. Those businesses would be there, housing would be there. So it would be in the best interest of the city and state to just extend it another 40 years after that. But that would be what I'd say, how to answer that question.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I think my last question just has to do, again, discussing C2 zoning and why we would go to commercial zoning, because I think that people hear commercial and it's a different definition that you have of commercial as opposed to what C2 zoning actually really means for us with regards to the flexibility and what that means. So when we say commercial zoning, it's not necessarily, hey, here's a bunch of strip malls or hey, here's a bunch of businesses. But as we said, there's opportunities for housing. There is this entrepreneur, developments in terms of entrepreneurial economic development in terms of, some of those jobs that we would like to generate within the city, that we would like to have that educational pipeline. That the youth of our community can see that there are opportunities here.
Yes.
That I know that has been one of the larger focuses when we've discussed economic development in our community. Is it's not just about creating jobs, it's about creating future jobs for our kids, so that they do have an opportunity to stay here and make a good living, and that we don't have that brain drain that we sometimes see where, we have these incredible kiddos that, well, not then they're teenagers and they leave because we don't have those job opportunities here, as well as those partnerships with our educational institutions. So I think I just answered my own question about why C2, but I'm glad that I got to have that conversation with myself. So I will go ahead and yield the floor, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor. I think Councilor Lee Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a lot of the questions that I had were just actually asked. And so must have been reading my mind here. And so that great conversation. The one that kind of piques my interest, and I'm not sure if I missed this while I stepped out for a minute, but that road of South Meadows is obviously something that I've had a question about since, once the school was built, before the apartments were built. Obviously, in 2018, I started my stint on the Planning Commission, and that's when all of those projects kind of came forth. And looking forward to the future, my question was always about the traffic along that corridor. It helps me in regards to access to 599. I mean, obviously there's a lot of great opportunities to get off and on 599 and go around and so on and so forth. But kind of what, I know we're not talking about a development plan, but this parcel being changed to C2 and obviously would have multifunctionality to it. How would that at the time that the development plan is proposed, is that when your traffic study comes about?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I think you're correct. I'd actually like Ms. Moore to come back here because I think one of her slides talked about the DRT process where there is cross collaboration of addressing issues as it relates to development. So, oh, there you are.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thanks, Mayor, Councilor Garcia. Yeah, thanks for that question. So when the city, Wilson, comes back with a proposal development plan, we will have them, likely do a traffic impact assessment report, which you probably remember from your days on Planning Commission. Generally, we look at the proposed uses for the site, and then of course the surrounding, traffic and all of that residential development that is, has been recently approved. Some of it has been constructed, the South Meadows apartments, some's under construction right now. And others, have been approved, but they're not, haven't broken ground yet. But there is opportunity there at the Planning Commission level to condition improvements to South Meadows, whether that might be turning lanes or additional, travel lanes to accommodate, the existing, and traffic out for 10 or 20-year horizon.
Thank you for that answer. And I again, it's just more piques my interest to see into the future. And I know we're not looking at a development plan, but you can definitely kind of see how congested it could become. If we were to turn it into another R27 development, how does that affect traffic versus what's being proposed here? That would be a multi-functioning parcel. So just my comments and concerns. I think that I think as Councilor Garcia stated, it's a food desert in our area. We do need access to amenities. I think that there is definitely interest in economic development or also a business development with incubator type businesses. And I think that's something that has also been, proposed. And so, I believe I am in favor of this, but just a few of my concerns in regards to what would be going forward. And so I'll yield the floor. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Merworth, then I'm going to check in with Counselor Lindell to see if she has anything, and Counselor Chavez as well. You go ahead.
Okay, or I'm happy to yield
No.
to Counselor Lindell if.
No, you had your hand up.
Okay.
You go ahead.
I just want to go back to this $50 million. Help, let's be clear about what that number represents.
Turn it off. Okay. Mayor Weber, Councilor Merworth, the $50 million sort of focuses on what I call the vertical development. How do you go from the ground up? You're building buildings, building housing, et cetera. That's what the $50 million would be used for. The first one, I think it's what, $8 million. That's the infrastructure. That's the roads and the pipes.
I'm sorry, you said that really fast.
Oh,
and it
sorry.
blurred. 8 million, is that what you said?
Yeah, I said there's an $8 million number that's in there, and that's for infrastructure, roads, sidewalks, pipes, power, et cetera.
And that's what you call spine infrastructure, correct? I think
Yeah.
sometimes you all are a little bit too fluent, and I think it's really important for
Yes.
anybody listening to better understand these little
Yeah.
component parts.
Yeah,
So
the spine infrastructure.
don't blur over the number or over the idea. So spine infrastructure is what?
$8 million. Spine infrastructure is the roads, the sidewalks, the curb cuts, the stormwater drains, the power, et cetera. The $50 million actually relates to what happens once all that's done. We're going to have buildings for housing. We're going to have manufacturing spaces. We're going to have spaces for possible food depot, possible neighborhood grocery. All those buildings are what we call the vertical infrastructure. That's going from the ground up. And that's what the $50 million would be used for.
And what's the time horizon for this $50 million? I mean, we don't need it. We don't need the legislature And in fact, we're not looking for the legislature to give us $50 million in the 2024 session, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero, that's exactly correct. We don't need we'd love to have the legislature give us that money, but we know that a portion of our requests will be whatever that comes that they vote on. But we will look at other development financing options to meet that number. But we felt it important, even though we're really talking about zoning tonight, we felt it important to talk about what the future is for this development. And that's some of the numbers in the conceptual stage. That's some of the numbers that we wanted to share this evening.
Right. So but I don't think you answered my question about what the time horizon is for this development.
I'm sorry. The time horizon's probably 3 to 5 years because we still have to do what they call the spine infrastructure. That's the first thing that needs to happen. And then we can work through what happens when that's all done. So.
Okay. And again, we're just trying to be very clear about what the overall cost to actually achieve the vision that's laid out here. It's not that we're requesting $50 million, even though I know you would love it.
Yes.
That's not realistic,
it's not.
Especially given our other capital needs across the city. So I just don't want anybody to think that we're going to be requesting $50 million from the state legislature for El Lucero at the expense of other needs in the city. So even though you would love $50 million, Director Brown, would you confirm that for me, please?
I will confirm that we will not request $50 million specifically. It may be 2 million, 3 million, but it'll be a part of the stack of money that we need to do this development over the 3 to 5 year range.
Okay. And back to the stack of money. So it's not we also don't see the state legislature funding, underwriting the cost of this back to you. And you've said this several times tonight. There are other ways to come to this total figure, which we're guessing is around 50 million. And if you could just maybe list a couple of those, you said bonding, there was, tax credits. Could you just give me a list again and don't, be clear about it.
Yes. Mayor Weber, Councilor Merworth, yes, there are other areas to find funding. There's tax credits, there's government funding, there's issuing of bonds. There is developers who could come in and say, I'll take a little part of that parcel and develop it ourselves. They'll pay for the infrastructure, they'll pay for the buildings. And that is a part of the process we have to go through. But right now, again, we're just doing zoning, but that's how we'll get to what that proposed number is of $50 million.
Okay, thank you. And then and I think Councillor Cassett got to this point, but this idea of how we deal with any proposed projects that come forward, that's the development plan, the considerations around traffic and density and how much of it is affordable, and all those kinds of decisions get made further down the line, further down the process, correct?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Merworth, that's exactly correct.
Okay.
Further down the line, we're right now at the place of how do we rezone it so that we can take advantage of the zoning that we hope to get approved so that we can get to that conceptual phase, that master development and design phase.
And really to sort of set the stage for folks coming forward and saying, hey, I'd like to do a project that does housing. I'd like to do a grocery store. I'd like to do some of the things that you've outlined tonight. But those proposals would have to they'll be brought forward and they'll have to be evaluated. They'll have to comply with our rules. Correct. They'll have to, if there are issues around traffic or any of the spine infrastructure, those things, will have to be addressed at that level.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Merworth, that's exactly correct. The master plan will give the potential developers, potential tenants, the framework we'll have to work into.
Okay, so what we're doing tonight is basically saying we're just setting the table for the ability for some of these proposals to come forward in the way that we're envisioning what's needed and what we'd like to see.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Merworth, that's right. We're setting the table for opportunity. So this is what we're going to do tonight is we're hoping to get approval of the zoning to start that process.
Great. Thank you, Director Brown. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have comments, I think. I might become questions. I realize that we're here for zoning and I appreciate the going above and beyond the requirement, and the reach out. But I don't think you can say it enough with this community and this side of town that engagement is absolutely necessary. And I know it'll come in development, but I think it's just really important for this community specifically, that what is developed in something like this is actually meeting the needs of that community. They're very specific. They contribute to our city in a very specific way, which often makes them very unavailable. And so reach out does have to be much more work and much more intentional so that we actually get their voices. I love that community partners are involved. I think that's great. But they also, and that's part of it, but they also come with their own ideas. And sometimes that isn't completely representative of the community. So, you know, I kind of whispered to my colleague next to me and I was like, last time I spoke about this, I said, the schools should be a partner because the people that are using that are going to be our like working class families that are picking up their kids and needing to stop somewhere or feed them for dinner or do that. Like that needs to be someone that we're reaching out to and making sure that what we put in this area is really targeted for what they've been without and what will make their lives easier with how much they contribute to our city as the working class working 2 to 3 jobs. So I just can't stress that enough. So yeah, I think that we could have targeted neighborhoods specifically for this because of just so much of the vacant land around. I feel like we could have been much more strategic, but I realize that that's not something that the code requires. Also, I respect that, but I think that the South Side is a special place to me. I think that a lot of times we don't realize that our city wouldn't function without the residents in the South Side. So I just hope for the development that there is really intentional engagement, that we are actually looking closely at how things would be utilized in this area, who would be utilizing it, and really reaching out to them to figure out what the need is. So I know we're not in the development phase, but you're gonna hear me say this over and over again, because when you know that population, they deserve to be heard, and they have a lot of needs to be met. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, you have the floor again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to maybe clear up some confusion that I got. If we can pull up the presentation, please. And maybe go to I think it was the last slide that was up.
You're looking for NOAA's or for?
NOAA's, yes, the applicants. I think it was
He was
last
looking
one
for the
prior
last
to
slide of
the
all.
question slide. Kind of had the next steps.
Yep, keep going, put away.
You got it? Yeah, thank you.
All right, so if we look at future steps, and this is where I guess the confusion came in. Is that it clearly states capital outlay requests submitting $50 million. And we've had some pivoting from that tonight based off my questioning and my colleagues' questioning that we are or we not, but it was presented to us that we are going to be requesting $50 million, whether it's in one lump sum or over a course of time, it all adds up to $50 million. Now, through my questioning, it kind of got fleshed out. Well, we might apply here, we might apply there, we might apply here. Ultimately, the price tag is $50 million. Now, whether we go to the state for it or not, I think that's what that should be. Future steps is developing the resources for $50 million, because that right there is saying we're going to the state to get the money. And through some of the clarification provided Director Brown tonight, there's options, right?
Yes.
Could be the state, could be the feds, could be and other funder. And I think that slide needs to be updated based off of the information provided tonight, because that clearly states the state.
Yeah.
And so I guess my next question revolves around a map in the presentation. And so I'm going to just look at it's page 3 of 966. And the reason I'm looking at this just because I want to look at the neighboring zoning, the way it's currently neighbored. And I guess maybe if this might be, I don't know if land use or I don't know, maybe Noah can help with this question.
However, Councilor Garcia, maybe if we could get your question, we'll know who needs to respond.
Well, it's a land use question. It's a zoning question. And so I recall that in the past, we've been approved to rezone because the neighboring site is zoned a certain way. Thus, it allowed the neighboring property to be zoned a certain way. And so I'm trying to read the map. Looks like the neighbor is zoned R3. And so my question is, if we were to approve this zoning, does the neighboring applicant now have the right to come before us and say, this property was rezoned to C2. I'd now like to rezone my R3 property to C2.
Thank you. Yeah, Mayor, councilors, Councilor Garcia. So I'll just want to affirm, I'm looking at the zoning map. I can't share it with you. But right now, you know, the property in question is zoned R3. The property just south of it, which is known as the South Meadows Apartments, is R21, so 21 dwelling units per acre, already developed. The property kind of south west is R1, but it's the school.
Right.
So already developed as well. Highway 599 is zoned R1. And then you have the properties immediately to the east of the site, which are also zoned R3. Okay, and so your question, and those are the boundaries that I see right now. And so the rule is that we can't rezone property under 2 acres. You know, just spot zoning. You can't just pick a zone, and if you're under 2 acres, unless you're adjacent to a zone district. So only properties that would be immediately adjacent to the C2, and I see like probably 1, 2, 3, the first 3 kind of long lots. Yeah, maybe you can zoom in. It would be, yeah, in the kind of, you see the site and then the green properties to the next, you know, all kind of share a boundary with the site. And I'm not sure what the acreages are in those. I can pull it up real quick. If they were over 2 acres, they could rezone to C2 without being adjacent to it. If they're under 2 acres, they could only do it because they're adjacent to but then I'm also questioning, since we're not really rezoning this property, there is a question there that I don't know that I'm able to answer, because this is state trust land. And we're kind of going through this process only to fulfill the requirements of the lease agreement. I don't know. How does that, I'm not sure we would have an answer for that tonight, but, you know, does that allow those parcels to rezone because they're adjacent to it? I don't know. And then the big parcel that is next to South Meadows is owned by the Forest Service. After those long lots, it's kind of up against the C2, and so.
Right. So I think that the foundation of the question was, with these R3 properties to the right, on the right side of this property, they would technically have the right to come before the city and request to rezone to C2. Whether or not, because it's state-owned land, we're going through our internal process. So on our maps, it's going to show C2.
Right.
The maps are how we approve or deny zoning requests. And so I just wanted that clarified, that in the future, should these property owners want to come before us, there is now precedent to have them be rezoned as C2.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilor Garcia, that is the, standard, approval criteria or processes under rezonings that would be permitted generally.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Maggie, I would just say the word precedent, I don't think is appropriate here. So we would have to look at how to apply the adjacent zoning to the future zoning, but this case does not create precedent. It may create adjoining property with a particular zoning, which is one of the factors you look at, right? That's part of the analysis.
Okay, precedent is the wrong word, but it gives the foundation for an applicant to come forward to say my adjacent neighbor is zoned this way. I want to be zoned the same way.
And Mayor Weber, Councilors Maggie, I would say that this is not a legal analysis that we have discussed between my office and land use that I'm aware of, and I'm seeing some shaking of heads. So I'm not sure that we've taken that position. It is a certainly possible position.
I think the as long as it's over 2 acres, it's allowable per Ms. Moore's comments. So just want to make sure the public is well aware of that, because when we get into these rezoning matters, it not only implicates the current property owner, but the neighboring property owners. And those are things that we as a city need to make sure we're taking into consideration as we're planning this, because it's ultimately, in this instance, planning a brand new potential community. And we want to make sure we're being conscientious of the neighboring communities. And I think that's where, as demonstrated from many of us on the dais tonight, it's critical that we have community feedback, and not only from the residents, but as Councilor Chavez mentioned, the school. I mean, I can think you brought up a great point, Councilor Chavez. How many kids go to school and their parents are just going to rush them to say, this is the closest spot to eat. We're going to stop here tonight, or whatever it may be. And so we've got to take that all into consideration as we're building community. It's important, because as we do that, we want to make sure it's successful and it doesn't have any negative impacts on the surrounding existing community. So with that, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No other comments.
Very good.
or
Thank you, sir.
questions?
Yeah, Councilor Cassett's finger is up.
Thank you. Sorry, we're forward looking again. Regarding community engagement and these discussions, I want to make sure right now, I feel like we're taking a very, very broad definition of economic development. And I want to make sure that the city and the state land office are on the same terms when we're discussing these things. So what I'm reading is permitted uses would be construction of a fire station, developing and extending infrastructure to the leased premises to allow for economic development, marketing and promoting the leased premises to entities that may foster economic development through job creation, generation of gross receipts tax, or other methods seeking authorized subleases of the leased premises that will promote the goal of fostering economic development. What does not constitute economic development? And I'm really thinking about this in terms of, a lot of the surveys said that open space and parks. And I'm curious if that, essentially when we're doing this outreach, I want to make sure that we are communicating with the residents, the surrounding residents, what our restrictions are. Although our restrictions don't seem very restricted. So I'd love to get some insight there.
Madam Chair, Councilor Cassett, I might refer to Mr. Burke to talk about the feasibility and the public engagement, but I do want to express that economic development is a broader term. There's community engagement, community development, there's workforce development, there's economic growth and expansion. So all of those come together, but we're also trying to create a walkable community in this space. We want people to walk from work to their house, walk to the convenience that they can, and the people who live in the surrounding area, they can walk there also. So that's where economic development comes in. So it then in turn turns into quality of life, which is very nebulous, but he can speak to maybe what we have been doing. But that I want to just express to you that when we talk about economic development, it's not just a a factory or small light manufacturing. It is the whole mix of what the needs are of the community in a space. And if we think about sustainability, we want to talk about walkability at the same time. So if we can build housing, the same place where we're building manufacturing, that's a good thing. Starter apartments, et cetera. So
Right.
that's kind of where the economic development comes into play.
Yeah, thank you. And I know you and I have had this discussion a lot about that hard and soft economic development.
Soft.
I guess my question is, I want to make sure, and so maybe this is a question for the State Land Office. Do they have the same definition of economic development as we do? Because it is stated in the lease that is, they will be holding us to that. So I want to make sure that we're operating on that same definition.
Absolutely. So a couple of points on that, Mayor, Councilor. Commissioner Garcia Richards certainly supports helping the city do economic development in whatever way the city determines is best. That's not something we're going to dictate specifics of or micromanage, and the lease doesn't really allow for that, although we would certainly approve any sublessees. That said, we are required by the Constitution, by the Enabling Act, to obtain true value for the land. So we can't provide incentives in the same way that the city can. So we certainly primarily defer to the city's best guidance on how to approach that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all.
Other questions, comments? Before we get to comments, we're still in questions. To your point, Counselor, well said. I have one question for, I guess, Ms. Moore. Although if you're not the right person, please pass it to whoever is. If the governing body does not approve this zone change, what could happen on that land?
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. So I could go about this a couple of different ways, but I think because of the lease agreement with the State Land Use Office, that, really dictates what can happen on this property. If it was city, or privately held land within the city, our three dwelling units per acre. So likely a subdivision or something, but I think because it's State Land Office, I would defer to either them or, or the city, to determine, if this wasn't approved, how would that, affect the lease agreement that's currently, kind of pending for this development to occur.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anyone else? Councilor Lee Garcia, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. That dialogue kind of sparked a question for me. We're talking about a lease, and we're talking about a lease to the city. What happens when, because anything that's built on this parcel in the future will be on leased land. And so whether it's housing, as was just discussed, or commercial buildings or things of that nature, what happens in 40 years when, let's just say, the city doesn't lease it anymore from the state, it reverts back to the state, my understanding. What happens then? What happens to the buildings? What happens to the developments? What happens to everything that was invested over the years? I don't know if your mic is on.
Sorry. If the lease wasn't renewed for some reason, the city didn't renew it, or the State Land Office didn't renew it. The city is going to have what's called an improvement value credit for a substantial part of the value of the improvements it's built. And any future lessee, if there was one, would have to then pay the city for that value. And it's not a 1-for-1. There's some considerations how it's calculated, but if the city were to exit the scene, there's a mechanism for it to recoup some of that investment or a substantial portion of that investment.
Thank you. And then at that point, I mean, does it go out to an auction to somebody or does it go out to a bid for somebody, a private entity to possibly buy it? Just clarification.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, it depends a little bit on what the policies of the then current State Land Office administration is. Typically in this day and age, and certainly true for this administration, is not particularly interested in selling land, but rather would prefer to lease it to get long-term revenue for, in this case, the beneficiary of this land are the common schools, so the public schools in the state. So probably what would happen is State Land Office would put it out to bid, look for another lessee to take it over and continue to operate it and pay lease fees.
Okay, thank you. Just kind of throwing that out there as regards to what happens when leased land ends up not being leased anymore. And what happens to the buildings, what happens to everything that resides on those now after all that infrastructure and investment has been put in there. So
right.
Thank you for that
And
clarification.
Mayor, Council, as I said, most probably it would get released to the city if that's what the city wanted to do. But if it didn't, there is a mechanism to recoup a substantial portion of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there other questions at this time? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing, and we have a series of cases. I think we have to go one motion at a time, and then we can discuss the motions as they are brought forward.
Mayor, I move to approve case number 2023-6844, adopting a resolution changing the future land use map designation from Mountain Corridor to Community Commercial. Maggie, is that the correct order of where I should be going with this?
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there discussion of that particular motion? If there's not, Madam Clerk? Yes. The motion was made by Counselor Cassett and it was seconded by Counselor Rivera. Yeah, no, the sound effects are complicated here. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll on the motion? It is to approve 2023-6844.
Yes, Mayor, sorry, I also was reordering my agenda. All right, Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
welcome back. Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merrill-Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
and Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Counselor Lindell, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
There's a motion and we're voting on whether to approve item 2023-6844.
I said yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Counselor.
All right, we need a motion for the next item, which would be 6846, I believe.
Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
I move to approve case number 2023-6846, adopting a resolution changing the future land use map designation from low density residential to community commercial.
Second.
Is there a discussion on that motion? So Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on that item?
Yes, Mayor. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merrill-Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. And then I think the next one would be 6845.
Mr. Mayor, motion.
Counselor Garcia?
I move to approve case number 2023-6845, adopting a resolution changing the future land use map designation from medium density residential to community commercial.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Counselor Lee Garcia, seconded by Counselor Cassett. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Merrill-Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. And that then leaves the final item, which is 2023-6843.
I will move to approve case number 2023-6843, adopting ordinance number 2023-25, changing the official zoning map designation from R3 residential to C2 general commercial.
Second.
There's a motion and a second from Counselor Chavez.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Counselor Garcia.
I just want to request that the applicant and Mr. Burke, that we take a very proactive approach in regards to community engagement. I hope that it not only kind of stays within that 600 radius, but we go above and beyond, because this type of development is going to far reach 600 feet in regards to the impact. I can think of just the surrounding communities that would come to facilities, whether, and I know it was not determined, we're not voting on a plan, but the kind of proposal, grocery store, restaurants, that type of stuff, that's going to bring in folks from, dependent on if it's a great restaurant, I'll come from my side of the town to that restaurant. And so I think we need to do our due diligence. We need to engage the community and ultimately move forward with a proposed master plan that's going to be beneficial to everybody, and that is going to have the support of the surrounding community. So just encourage you as you move forward with this project. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Other comments or questions at this time about the motion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. That completes tonight's agenda. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Thanks for your attendance.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
Yeah.
Sad motion.
Here's a lot of it.
Wow.
Been here like 8 years, I think.